What? Well, just out here for shits and giggles today, right this minute. So, didn't really have anything on my mind that I needed to say. Just kind of taking a stroll with the dogs. What's up a little bit? Yeah, we're going to the pond. Do you want to go to the pond? Let's go. I don't really have any stabilization on this thing, so I apologize if the shaking of me walking is offensive. I apologize, but I feel kind of offended that you got offended if you did get offended. Not sure. Got my brightness up as far as I can get it. I can still see somewhat, but it's kind of hard to see on my phone at this angle and at this brightness. And even though it's kind of, it's not, I mean, it's got cloudy day. Still kind of here or something. I don't know. Sneaking up on something. Like go for Yep. What's up, Snook? I just noticed you popped in. Let me just say, hold on. Oh, you sharing me to Indy? That's fine. Yeah, I'm just out walking with the dogs. And, not really. I didn't really have a whole lot that I wanted to get off my chest or anything. I didn't really have anything. Just out and about. Just out and about. Yeah. Um, still working on some things. I haven't. But get in there a little bit. Go swimming. Don't try and drag your mama down with you. You got to get in there and swim. You got to learn how to swim. Don't jump on your mama while she's in the water. You can drown her. That's not a good idea. But get in there and go learn how to swim. She knows how to swim. You need to learn how to swim too. It's good for you. Wash all that dirt off your ass too. Yeah, you got dirt on your butt. Hey, Andy. I'm trying to. I mean, the glare on this thing is. I got it. The brightness up as far as I can to, but I have to really strain to see everything's going on. Oh, what's up, Huckleberry? Oh, it's good to see you guys, man. Nobody else was doing anything, and I was at a point where they were wanting to go, where at least a little bit was wanting to come down here and go swimming or messing around. So she's gotten to the point where she wants to do this every day. I can't really do that every day. I don't really feel like doing it every day, but she does like coming down here, messing around, and thought I'd let y'all join me for this one, for this little walk. Oh, in India, I'm pretty much down to the point. I just got to get all the drywall mud that I dropped on the floor and stuff, all that kind of cleaned up and stuff like that. But, and then, you know, make sure everything, all the drywall dust is off. And then I can start painting. Once I start painting, and once that's done, then it's pretty much at that point where I can kind of like start transitioning over. But still haven't had any luck on the economy part of it yet. But, yeah, working on it. I just wish I can. The only thing is I sitting there, I'm like, okay, I've got to find some fucking regular, steady work, whatever. But there's a part of me that's like, you know, I don't want to just find anything, you know, because if I just go out there and find whatever I can find, you know, a lot of times that ends up being a short-term thing. And I'm not. I need something for a long period of time. I need something that I can stick with. Not just like some fucking, I'm just trying to get it for a damn paycheck, which I need is a paycheck. I need a paycheck to come in steadily. And, but I've had way too many jobs in my past where it was just for the paycheck and I hated the job altogether. I dreaded every fucking day I had to go there, but I needed the fucking money. And I don't want those type of jobs. I need a job that I enjoy or I like to do. And I'm good at, you know, somewhat, I guess. I'm not an expert on anything, but things like something I'm good at and make pretty good money doing it. Man, I don't know. It's not a lot to ask for, I guess, but I don't know. I don't know. It's driving me nuts. And there's also that part of me that thinks I'm not even doing enough. You know what I mean? I've got fucking. I've been to a lot of places, made quite a few phone calls and fucking applications and shit like that, and still nothing. And I don't know. And I hope this is not what our older generation is going to have, the people that are getting into their 50s, 60s, 70s and stuff like that. I hope this is not going to be like a new trend where it'd be harder and harder for people of 50 and above to find jobs. I hope that doesn't become like a trend. You know what I mean? Because what else are we supposed to fucking do? You know? Whatever. Anyway, fuck it, just the sun came out. I can't even see. I can't even see my damn cell phone right now. So I'm not sure what everybody's saying in the chat. I can't see that right now. It's fucking glare. There's that. Oh no. Oh shit. Yeah. Click on there. Oh, okay, I'm back. Shit, fucking plastic fucking crap. Um, you know, product malfunction. It could have been user or operator error. It could have been that. Sorry about that, y'all. Yeah. Gosh, I want to do some. Oh, I've got ideas, but I want to do some more. But I wish I can share some videos. I have some ideas. I just need to try it out. My gosh, there are so many fish jumping around in this fucking pond right now. I'm telling you, I can see them all over the pond. They're just jumping. There's a lot of fish in there. So I mean, shit hit the fan scenario. If depending on, there are a few people around here that live around here that know about this pond and all that stuff. Otherwise, there'd be a few of us, but there's a lot of fish in here to last. Let's take a walk this way. Go over here. But these are things that That's another thing too, man. There's a guy I think I follow. I can't remember, but I think I'm subscribed to. But anyway, he brought up the premise, which I want to try and do something like that on something on that. But he brought up this premise. It's like the hobo versus the prepper, pros and cons in both of them. You know what I mean? The hobo versus the prepper. I was homeless. I lived out of a van. I lived out of a fucking backpack for 10 years. All right. Couch surfed. I fucking, lived, slept wherever we could. I mean, I've even commandeered abandoned houses and buildings and stuff, and actually had some power to parts of the house and stuff at one time. And so I could get like electricity to some, certain parts to the house. And, I was sitting there thinking about it. I was like, I got a little bit of experience on, I guess, the hobo scenario of it. And, and I can say that I'm not necessarily a prepper. I would more classify myself more of a survivalist if I was to put it like a name to it, or a some kind of a label to it. But I do prepare. It's not to say that I don't prepare, because I mean that's what the whole premise of prepping is, right? To prepare, right? And I started thinking about it. It's like, there's a good chance any one of us might be a good prepper. Like a bugging in, stand your ground until the day you die, right there. I mean, there are some advantages to that, but there's a good possibility that doesn't matter. I mean, it doesn't mean if it was hostile, it could be a natural disaster that might force you away from your home. You only got with what you got. And, what do you do then? I mean, can you survive out there on the street or on the road or on homeless for however long? especially if you're in a situation where you had no like people to call on, and, you know. Anyway, what, like, you know, even the difference, like, you know, what a like in a, like, I guess you know, your survival pack, your camping gear or whatever, what a hobo would have versus what a prepper would have. It's an interesting concept, and you know, I don't know how I could illustrate this, you know what I mean, yet. I don't know. Well, in part, I guess, if you notice, I like any of my like little, you know, camping survival type of whatever types of videos that I've done. You notice that it's not like flashy with like new shit, you know, and all this other stuff. It's actually, you know, kind of bare bones, you know, kind of rudimentary, like stuff you can probably find around the house anyway. Whatever, you know what I mean? And I do that kind of on purpose because honestly, you know, you can buy all this brand new shit, all this stuff like that. But if you don't know how to use it, or you haven't used it, or you don't use it, what good is it? Honestly, just sitting around in a fucking bag for that moment when you need it. And then when you need it, then you're like, oh shit, how do I do this? How does this work? You know, how do I make this stove work efficiently where I can cook stuff and keep my whatever, you know, just simple shit. Like, okay, I've got this ferro rod now. It's brand new. You know, most of the time you get this ferro rod, it's brand new. It's got that coating on the top, but you got to scratch that off before you can actually get a spark. Some people are just so dumb. Well, why isn't this thing working? You know, one of them things. Now, I would classify a hobo more on, and this is my opinion. Now, I don't know anybody else out there that you know, that might have some experiences of their own, and they might have their own opinions. I'm not sure, but I would classify a hobo as more on the survivalist versus prepper. For one, the blatant difference is because one's got a home and a place, a homestead or whatever you want to call it, you know, a place where they've accumulated all their stuff in one place, versus a hobo is that one place can be somewhere else, somewhere, you know, at any given time. You know what I'm saying? And so, like, even like on a bug out scenario, prepper versus hobo, you know, who's got more of the quote unquote street smarts to actually survive on the go versus, you know, prepper versus hobo. I'm just using hobo as a general term, you know, because I'm coming from like a homeless scenario. I mean, I know a guy who used to run, you know, be a train rider. I know people that still are. I don't know them personally, but you know, I know of people that are still doing it, and you know, living that life. You know, it's kind of the same thing I was doing. It's just I didn't ride the trains all that much. I mean, I've probably done that like what, once in my life. So otherwise, you know, I've traveled around many different other ways, but yeah, so, because I mean, you know, there's a lot of people out there saying this lone wolf scenario, blah blah blah, it's not that good, you know, it's better to be in a group and blah blah, which, I mean, you know, there are some advantages, disadvantages altogether. both ends of it. I agree, but that's why I was wanting to see it, like the positive and negatives of both ends of, like, for instance, bug out scenario, you know, or in a situation where you had no choice but to be constantly moving for some reason. You know what I mean? Um, and you're not like in a vehicle. I mean, in a vehicle, you can go so far. You got to have gas or, electricity to run it or whatever you want. You know what I mean? So once that's gone, you're on your feet anyway. So you might as well go ahead and think about on your feet to begin with, in my opinion, because you can't rely on a vehicle to always be there. If it was like an emergency situation where you had to go and you had to leave almost all of what you have behind and only take what you can carry, you know what I mean? The yeah, the difference between the two, the pros and cons. I mean, because there are some of both on both ends of it. Hold on, let me do a bridge channel. Yeah, MacGyver. Gosh, man. I mean, I wish I knew. I'm gonna tell you. There are some things that I wish I had the schooling behind. You know what I mean? On some of the stuff that I'm interested in, and I mean that's what's kind of interesting about MacGyver was actually like a science teacher or a physics teacher or some shit, like a professor or something like that. You know what I mean? So he wasn't like he was just like a consultant to the government. So I mean he was doing what he loved, and a lot of that stuff that he loved actually becomes relevant in the practical sense in an everyday situation, or even a extraordinary everyday situation like some of the stuff he's been in, coming up, practically building a boat out of some bubble gum or some shit. You know what I mean? you know, I mean, it's one of them things, which is kind of, it's, in some ways it's kind of inspiring, which I miss in a lot of movies and and TV. I don't really feel like there's anything positively inspiring on a lot of stuff. It's hard to find stuff, especially nowadays, that has that, that undeniable feeling of positive um, uh, um, inspiration. You know what I'm saying? I don't know how to say it. I don't know. I mean, whatever. It's one of them things. Uh, Positive inspiration. Because I think about role models and shit like that. And if you're lucky to have both parents, a lot of times it becomes like the role models are your parents in one way or another. And if that's not there, it's the public. Like I said, it's like, if it takes a village to raise your child, that child will become the village idiot. And that's what I think about, like letting the public raise your children, because they become village fucking idiots. So anyway, it's just, it's being swallowed up by, I was just sitting there watching this thing Oh, there we go. I think, what's his name? Um, oh crap, I can't remember his name now. Um, there's like there's all this legislation and shit going on. But like, because, the transformer women believe that they're women, and the people that are in reality know that transformer women are not women, they're actually men. And we gotta see, I totally support their free speech, but when they try and fucking make this some kind of legislation, that's where it becomes fucking bullshit, almost treasonous to the American people. You know what I mean? You can think whatever the fuck you want to think, but when you start getting like legislation involved, where you can force your will onto me because of the way you fucking feel, like you think you're a damn doggy or something, and you want to wear a dog collar and be walked around, whatever. I don't give a flying fuck if you define yourself as a fucking lampshade. I don't care, but don't you dare fucking trying to get this fucking shit legislated on and passed where it's like it becomes punishable by law if the so and so don't like recognize and respect and blah blah whatever. You know what I'm saying? I mean, okay, if you want to go down that route, I want to make legislation and punishments to anyone that disrespects me. If you want to go down that fucking route, you know what I'm saying? I mean, but that just becomes like a tit for tat by kind of bullshit. No, you need to fucking squash this shit right in the beginning. You know what I mean? It's a communist mentality that's trying to perpetuate this into legislation and all this other shit. When it comes down to like all this transhumanism, fucking the eugenics and the technocracy or whatever you want to, technocrats and shit, trying to confuse it all because they want to integrate machinery in our fucking bodies, and they already are trying to pass like robots' rights, like doctrine and shit. Like robots have fucking rights and shit, you know. So the only problem is we're on a fucking sinking ship world fucking wide because they want it to fucking sink, and they're gonna make a whole goddamn lot of money sinking the ship, and fucking because the damn ship sank, they'll make money off of it. You know what I mean? It doesn't matter which way it happened. You know what I mean? It's like they're making money off of both sides of it. So they're, you know, the being controlled scenario is actually people being able to recognize it and see through that, see through their programming, lack of better words. It's basically, if you were to relate it to a computer system, it's time to delete the old operating system and replace it with a new operating system altogether. But and I'm only talking from experience on some. Okay, and I'll give you this just for an example, just kind of like something to visualize. Okay, I would kind of relate it to me figuring out how to circle breathe when I play the didgeridoo. All right, and it took me, I think it was 3 or 4 years, almost. I think it was 4 years, something like that. Anyway, it took me a long time to figure it out, and it was so simple. What I had to do is forget on how I fucking learned how to breathe. This subconscious, this unconscious type of breath that you take in and out, even when you're not thinking about it. That forget about how you think you know how to breathe and relearn it in a new way. And the trick is that why they call it sacral breathing is because you're constantly blowing out your mouth at the same time you're constantly breathing in. So you're constantly breathing in and out at the same time. That's why they call it circle breathing. So You're naturally not doing that. That's not how you were brought into this world to see reality. All right. Well, what I had to do is completely erase the old operating system and relearn it in a new way. And I'm not the most articulate type of a guy when it comes down to speaking. So I'm just kind of like a I just kind of this is just me fucking spitballing, talking. But, dude, yeah. Well, I know they come out here by themselves, but they love it when I take a walk with them because, I mean, for one, it gets me out of the house and they want me to walk with them and shit, and gets them to know the smells out here a little bit better. And who knows, maybe they'll catch me a turkey one day or something. That'd be kind of cool. It's like, here, Dad, I caught you a turkey. And but they haven't done that yet. Maybe a deer. That would be kind of nice. Catch me a fucking deer. They knew I was talking about them. I think about it. I'm telling you, man, there's been some definite times where telepathic conversations actually happen between me and my dogs. I mean, literally, how they communicate with no sound whatsoever, just by the look of their eye or whatever, how they communicate, I can do the exact same thing with them. And they know exactly what I'm talking about. And then sometimes actually, like if I do that exact same look or that telepathic type of conversation, but I also speak those words out, they understand a little bit more. Because I mean, both these dogs have been around me all their lives. I mean, there's a good chance they understand English. You know what I'm saying? They probably wouldn't know what a Spanish guy is talking about. But they don't speak it, but they do in the mind. Because I can tell you, I was sitting there talking a little bit, and next thing you know, man, she turns her head away from me and starts looking out the door. So I'm looking at the back of her head, and I'm sitting here thinking, I'm like, okay, I know you heard me. So I want you to look at me, so I know that you heard me. And sure enough, she lifts her head and looks back at me. I'm like, that's what I thought. Okay, I just wanted to make sure we're on the same page. You know what I'm saying? I didn't say any of that out loud. It's like it was all, one of those moments where that electricity, that electricity, the synapses firing, we emanate like a magnetic field because of that. You know what I'm saying? And when I think about like telepathy, for instance, or even I haven't figured out though how to do it, but I think it's on the same level for telekinesis, like moving shit with your mind. I think it's on the same level. I just don't know how it works. But telepathy, if you think about it, our brain can basically be like an organic, like, I don't know, kind of like a radio transceiver almost. As long as you are on the same frequency as the other person or whatever on the other end. Because I know you can send out that signal just kind of like a broad type broadcast, and like anybody can pick it up at any time, well, whoever might be listening on that frequency or whatever, it's kind of the same thing, I think, in telepathy. there are many cultures that, that actually, just having, having smoke involved in like ceremonies and stuff is a way to carry those thoughts up, is riding along the smoke. It's more kind of like hitching a ride in a sense, those thoughts. Anyway, I'm having my thoughts. I'm kind of at the moment, I'm kind of broadcasting onto the digital realm. It's kind of like anybody listening kind of thing, and it's like, that's the thing I love about radio. And I, whenever I can upgrade somehow to like a computer, but I kind of throw some more creative, because I mean, I might have the space. I haven't decided. I haven't figured it out yet. I haven't moved everything in yet, but I think I might have the space to maybe even hook up my old turntable and stuff, and maybe listen to some old records. Yeah, I mean, there are some other stuff that I want to be able to, like, I got a bunch of stuff that I would like to be able to, a bunch of samples and shit from back in the day that probably have to upgrade my mixer, or at least add a different one, make it easier. But there's also, like, there's an old audio editing program on my old laptop that I would love to be able to get that off and use that. It was a good program. It's just I got to figure out like how to use stuff like that where it doesn't, where it compresses everything I save and all that stuff. I got to figure out how to do all that stuff right. Because I mean, I'm from at least for the laptop, I was like, at the time it was state of the art, Windows XP. You know what I mean? And it's like so much audio that I store in there. A lot of times it's a full file. I may or may not have been compressed or whatever. It's like it slowed my damn computer down so much, because so much of that I was saving. Same thing with, like, there's some video and some pictures and stuff, but it was mostly audio shit. And because I was doing a lot of recording at that time, and I hadn't seen. And I got, like I said, an old was a hard drive out of a laptop that I've made into like an external hard drive for saving shit. And it got to a point where my damn laptop wouldn't recognize it anymore, so I couldn't access it. So I don't know what the fuck's going on with that, but I'd like to get some of the shits off of that, because I can't remember what's all on that thing. But I know I stored a bunch of shit on that, simply because it was, so I dumped almost everything into that versus what was on the laptop, just to keep it running right. So I don't. It's one of them things, man. But I don't know. This is old shit. But stuff I hadn't touched in like 15, 20 years. A lot of it has been stored away for that long, hoping I would have a place to put it. And well, I may be able to put it up and actually use it again. The only thing is, I want to do more than just like, kind of like, hobby type of shit. It would be kind of nice if I can make some kind of music or something like that I can sell. I don't know, something, simply because, I mean, I do a lot of hobbies and it's enjoyable. And I just haven't figured out how to like make a consistent business. I mean, I've seen other people do theirs, but I just haven't figured out my niche and my way in. And because I'm so scatterbrained on a lot of it, I get bored with one thing and I just kind of, I don't know. Some people are comfortable with that, you know what I mean? They get into like a like a what do you call it? Like a groove. They get into a groove, and they're fine with that forever. Which I can see in some ways, because I mean becomes mindless. You know what I mean? And you don't really have to think too much. I don't know. Yeah. Anyway. Anything out there? Are you on the hunt right now? Are you trying to hunt it down? What is it? I'd be real surprised if you find, get yourself a hold of an armadillo. I ain't seen an armadillo out here in years, man. It's pretty crazy. I remember when I was younger, man, you see armadillos out here all the time. I ain't seen an armadillo in fucking 10 years. Out here, anyway. It's pretty crazy. I mean, I've seen every once in a while, I see one dead on the side of the road. But that doesn't count in my mind, but still. I apologize for the shakiness, y'all. I don't have like any kind of stabilizer shit, and hope it doesn't get anybody motion sickness and all that shit. I'm trying to walk slow and steady. Trying to, anyway. Whew, getting hot under my hat. If y'all know what I'm talking about. If y'all smell what I'm stepping in. This is a something that I think about when I'm out and stuff like that. All right, for instance, this happens to be really important plant down south. Like, a lot of Seminole Indians, they took advantage of it because most of the Seminoles are like down here in Florida anyway. But this plant is very important. I think it's the yucca plant. I can't remember right offhand. I just know it by sight. But anyway, this stuff is all over the place. But if you notice how a sharp point that is, like a thorn on the end of that leaf. And these leaves are what they call fibrous type leaves. There's a whole bunch of little fibers and stuff that run down this thing, and then the pulp on top of it, kind of thing. Well, what you can do, what they used to do back in the day, is they would pulverize all this pulp off of here, where there's nothing but that fiber left behind. All right, and then dry it, and then you could actually make this into like a sewing needle. You know, you already got the sewing needle and you got thread attached to it. This was is like, for instance, like making repairs on like a moccasin, or, you know, whatever. You think about it, like even in just the natural stuff, you had a some kind of a stitch type of repair you needed, and you needed like needle and thread, and this is pretty strong. You know, it'll last a while. It's organic, but it'll last quite a long time, depending on, until you can fix it more permanently. You know, this would definitely do the job. Yeah, I mean, even on shoes, boots, clothing, backpacks, whatever. But this is a very important. I can't remember the name of it right offhand, but anyway, it's a very important plant. Grows naturally out here in the wild, all over. So, down here in Florida, out here in the South. You know, I know that, when it comes down to Native Americans and stuff like that, the Seminole down here in the South, they were the ones that were seen, utilizing that plant for that reason, for one. And that plant will live for a lot of years all by itself. And like, for instance, if you're just snipping off a little bit here and there, and you're not killing off the plant, that damn plant will last you for your entire lifetime, quite honestly. You know, if you don't like change the conditions all dramatically. I mean, if it's like in its natural state the whole time, if you're just like harvesting, for instance, if you're wanting to just harvest just for that reason, for like making like rope or thread or whatever, you know, you just go around naturally out in the woods, harvest a few leaves off of it, and leave the rest of it, you know, where it would still grow, and you can come back, harvest another bunch. You know what I'm saying? It's also happens to be one of those native plants that people like to put in their damn yard as fucking, you know, like landscaping, not even knowing really the true uses of the plant. They just, it looks good, you know. So, you know, happens to be one of those natural things. There's a lot of stuff that is useful and, you know, on, you know, a lot of different levels out here in the woods that grow naturally. But it would be a hard life if this is all I had, but I still, especially if I still had to continue to protect it from other invaders coming, trying to take what I got. You know, it depends on the situation, because we always think about this like shit hit the fan scenario. This, you know, it's like you got to think about like there's hostiles, be it everyday people becoming desperate or actual people, criminals that have the intent, and that's the whole plan, or the ones that pose as the heroes or the, you know, the heroes of the game, but they're actually the true criminals of the whole thing because they're doing it under this illusion of like, we wrote it down on a piece of paper and now we sprinkled pixie dust on it. Now everybody must obey because that is now law. So I don't know where I want to go. I don't know if I want to go up that way. I'll go this way. I'll go up this wash. It rained yesterday and last night, so other than me and my dogs and whatever else came through here, it's probably deer, or I'd be surprised to see a turkey. Matter of fact, there is a turkey on one of the game cameras the other day, which is kind of cool. I ain't seen turkey out here in years. It's been about 3 or 4 years. It's fucked up. Following an old scent. I don't see any tracks. I'll find me a spot somewhere up here and sit down somewhere. I'm not sure where I'm at. I always thought this was kind of cool how the rain does this. You think about like this is like just a miniature version on how mountains are made. It could be, you know, because it almost looks like, you know, I can put GI Joes sitting over here and be like, this is, or even something smaller, actually, something smaller. Actually, man, something about the size of an ant actually would be more proportionate to like make this look like freaking mountains and stuff. I don't know. I always thought that was kind of cool. Every time a good rain, we get pieces like this around. Looks like a mountain desert state with all those mountains and shit. You can almost see like a cut out like a doorway. You know. That's what I see when I look at that. Well, nothing's walked up here other than us since it rained. They're picking up old scent, like something was crossing over back and forth or whatever, like an old scent. See, she keeps on, both of them keep on going from back and forth, and that's what they're doing. They're tracing their. They can't smell it here in this part. They can smell it on both sides. Which is, the only problem is if I ever had to, unless I don't know how to train them when it comes down to train them to go hunting with me, where they don't spoil the hunt. I'd have to talk to like some duck hunters, you know what I mean, that know how to train a dog to go after. I've already done the kill kind of thing. No, well, there's a deer right here. Kind of a young one. And I can tell by how close the hoof is together. Usually the older they get, the more splayed of a toe they would have. And it just also visually looks bigger. But that's how I tell. Stop trying to fight me, Booker. That's another thing too. Depending on where you are at and or where you might be going to, should always think about some kind of bug repellent. And I'm gonna tell you, on a hobo type scenario, prepper, yeah, I guess so too. But on that aspect, it's always a good idea to have some kind of something, especially something that's easily renewable or something like that. That's something that's easily replenishable, depending on what situation is going on. If it's like a shit hit the fan scenario, think about that scenario. Okay, I've got some bug repellent, but it only lasts until this bottle's empty. Then I gotta find more. Because I'm thinking when I think of shit at the fan, I don't think of like a, like a temporary disruption, kind of thing. Something that's like just going to inconvenience you at a fucking week or two. I don't see that as like shit at the fan. It might be for like, like natural disasters type of shit or whatever you want to call them, if they're all fully natural still. But, like having your whole area where you live and work and everything fucking blown away by a hurricane or a flood or a fire or whatever. What then? It's like if you don't have this situation where you have family or people you call friends, and that all depends on your definition of and your opinion of what friends are. Kind of like a where do you go? What do you do? You know what I mean? You're in that situation where you don't have that backup, or that backup may not be available at that moment or that time. Now, if it's a shit at the fan scenario, and this is all over the place, your backup might, be willing to help you out, but they're not able to get to you, and you'd have to get to them or whatever. Depending on what's going on. Now, you got to realize and you got to remember that it's just not going to be like fucking like they portray in the movies and stuff, there's going to be a lot of people out there that we're going to assume authority, and they're going to use it, and they already do it now, and they're trying to make it commonplace and where it's like, normal to actually conduct the business they do under legal pretense, but yet it is still conducted with force, violence, coercion, compulsion, to achieve those goals and get that monetary funding for those said practices. It really is kind of like a mafia. Mafia does the same fucking thing. It's just this mafia type organization. It's like they've always tried to, even back in the day, make everything look as legit as it can while they're doing it in the background. What more legit than being like a congressman or a senator or something? What more legit would that be? Even if you're not like, there's plenty of those out there that are not of, but they're just paid off. You know what I mean? You get a lot of these greedy bastards up there in those positions anyway, and then they're dangled all this fucking money in front of their head to do this or whatever, turn their head that way or this way, and you know what I'm saying? And of course, their standard of living starts getting bigger and bigger and more expensive and all this. So they got to continue that source of revenue, if not make more, so they can pay for the life that they're living, the standard that they're living, and then, something is down there in the road. What is that, you guys? You guys bark at every fucking thing that's strange. What is that? Is that just a log? I can't tell. Okay, never mind. It is just a log. Never mind. I was sitting there from here and was like, what the fuck is that? Anyway. Seriously, they anything that's out of place or it's not there normally, next thing they recognize it. They're like barking at it for like 20 minutes, before they actually go up there and investigate. It's one of the things, which in some ways is okay. It's a defensive reflex, which I don't blame them because, I mean, you know, very cautious going up to something I don't recognize and I don't understand. What the fuck is that thing doing there? I'm not sure if I want to get up close to that thing yet. I'm going to sit back here and bark at it for a little while. Damn, youngsters, get off my damn lawn, you know. But, you know. Matter of fact, I'm going to sit right here somewhere for a second. Well, let me sit right here for a minute. Get out of here. You're wet and dirty. Get off me. Get off. Get off. You know, I don't want you crawling all over me when you're wet and dirty. You're not my type. Starting to sweat. It's fucking hot out here. And honestly, man, because I smoke so much, and I need to get out a little bit more. I mean, even if I start fucking getting out in some kind of work, where I'm gonna be outside doing fucking labor, hard labor again, I gotta get at least back into it where I'm like at least not shocked. You know, getting out there doing shit out there in the heat of the sun, which I haven't done in a fucking about a year. I mean, I get out and work and do stuff, but I mean, it's like I don't fucking go out and kill myself for fucking 8 hours a day. You know. And I mean, I know it's just when it comes down to the tobacco and stuff and smoking cigarettes or whatever, it's like that's one of my main things right there. I mean, like honestly, the hardest drugs that I still do, man, is like caffeine, nicotine, and sugar. And I'm gonna tell you, those are the hardest ones to kick. And I mean, tell you, they're just slow death in some ways. You know, if I continue in this way, even now, I mean, I might be point of point of no return. Who knows? But whatever. I mean, I do know that I'm not getting any better. I get tired easier. And I'm not gonna say that just because I'm getting older, just because I'm just like I've been smoking for so many goddamn years. I mean, like, I wouldn't be able to do what I used to do because of that, because I hadn't been smoking for so long. So it's one of them things. Wouldn't it be awesome if I could go back in time to like the 1500s or something like that, to this exact spot right here, and sit right here in the silence of 15, let's say 1548. For some reason for something was going on. I can't remember exactly. It was 1548, but anyway, it's like sitting in this exact spot right here. If you could do that right there, right now, or whatever, like wherever you're sitting right at this moment, you could actually teleport yourself back in time to that exact spot, but anytime, at any time, and just like, I mean, it would be just like all kind of sci-fi and shit if you could move around and do shit. But if you could just at least just teleport and stand there in that one spot and be in that other time for like a moment, I don't know. When I get a computer, I'm gonna have to find some people out there that know how to make like all this Well, blinking. Might as well just going back to the house and see if I can, how long I can sit there and keep it going. But I mean, once I'm in the sun, it starts overheating. That's part of it. But StreamYard just fucking just drains your battery. And when your battery starts overheating because it's draining, you know, it's that kind of thing. And, I don't have any protections on that. Put like a fucking fan on it, you know, something. Have like a cooling fan on the back end of the damn phone. You know, have like a goddamn radiator hook up to this thing, boy. I gotta tell you, boy. Back in my day, we just hook a damn radiator up to it and be all right. No, man. You never have to worry about your phone ever overheating because, you know, shit, got that fucking coolant going through that thing all the time. That'll work. Shit. I'm trying to stay in the shade. And, but I'm going to be losing shade getting out to where I'm going. It was so nice out here. I remember all this was woods, you know, mostly pine trees, but it was all woods. And I liked it so much better then. I like it, you know, it's nice now, but, you know, don't get me wrong. But so much nicer when it was woods. But Walking with Wingnut. That could be a whole series all by itself. Walking with Wingnut. Here, I'm gasping for fucking air. That's the other reason why, I don't know why my brain went there, but I was sitting there looking at my antenna. I was sitting there thinking, I was like, that's another reason why sometimes having a mobile communications unit like radio or whatever, versus only having a stationary communication source, or like a home base or something like that. You know, because it's better to have both, but it's better to have like a mobile set that you can convert into a home set, and then but also can be converted right back into a mobile. You don't want to have just a um, regular home station and that's it. I don't know why I was thinking about that. That's another thing too, because you know, I understand the idea of bugging in, because I mean honestly, this is where all my stuff's at. All my fucking shit is, man. I mean, I'd much rather trying to get through some really hard shit that was happening to everybody at the same damn time, and you know, try and get through it with what I have already, because I mean, you know, it last a little bit longer in some aspects, a little bit more comfortable for a little bit longer time, versus whatever I can get in a vehicle, and then when that vehicle is no longer be able to use, that'll be whatever I can carry. All right, and whatever I can carry, and that totally depends on the individual. What, you know, and I'm just talking about me personally. And honestly, man, I don't like really talking about my um, particulars, you know, because I like having my privacy. You know, I like being able to have my own stuff that the public realm doesn't know for sure. I mean, you know, you look at any of my like videos or whatever on a survival scenario. I mean, you know, it's possible you can look at those and you think it's questionable. I know what I'm fucking talking about. You know, maybe I'm just showing you the very basics of doing that at basically nothing, versus, you know, some shit that you bought on fucking Amazon and you've never even really used. You know, you just took it out of your box and put it in your fucking go bag, and then that was the end of it. So, yeah, you know, it kind of brings me back down to that prepper versus um, hobo. You know, because I see prepper videos. You know, they're like actually what they're doing is they're like doing like a review or a promo for an item of some kind. You know, like a tent or some shit. You know, like whatever. All right, and you know they show themselves in this like camping type of scenario. A lot of times, you know, you got to understand it's like that only lasted for the amount of time it took for them to film what they needed to film and then get out of there. I mean, there's a lot of stuff out there that, you know, it's like that's all it is. And you know, and then but you know, you got to understand it's like, you know, it on the hobo scenario of it is like, you know, technically on a lot of levels, you're always moving around in hostile territory. So that right there is an advantage over what preppers may have never experienced, is a day to day, every day, you know, even where you sleep, whatever, you know, is, you know, subject to a predator of some kind. You know, you got that, um, other people in that situation where we want to steal your stuff, or con you out of your shit or whatever, versus cops trying to take all your shit and burn it, whatever, and and put you in prison, jail, whatever, and you know, um, you're always in a hostile environment of some kind. It's very rare that hobos can find a spot where that would not be considered it would be rare to find places around the nation that would be considered a non-hostile type of environment. You think about it, because like if it was a shit the fan scenario, you got to think about like what would be the hostiles. Like I said, it would be like the desperate fucking neighbors and whatever, those type of people. Actual people that are planning on doing your harm, taking your shit anyway. And then you got the ones that are masquerading as law enforcement or military or whatever, and using that self-proclaimed authority and all that stuff in that situation, where they become the aggressor, and you're technically the victim in the whole scenario. That's just the same thing as like a common criminal, but they're using their self-proclaimed authority to take your shit and whatever. That'd be a hostile environment type of shit. All right, but on a day-to-day, like on a regular, when everybody's just going about the day and no fucking war, no shit the fan or whatever is going on. But on a day-to-day scenario for an average hobo, not a prepper, in my opinion, but on an average hobo that actually is living the life out there and doing its thing out there, going from place to place, whatever. They're always, it's hard to find places that are not would be considered a hostile environment, because there's always some kind of a predator of some kind trying to fuck up your day. And that's because, it's like, you're technically, well, on a lot of levels, it's just because people don't like looking at you, and you're different, or you're not from around here, that kind of shit. It's like, I ain't seen you around here, boy. You ain't from around here, are you? But and then trying to find places to shit, shower, and shave on a constant basis every day, kind of thing. Prepper versus hobo. How would you do that while you're on the move? That kind of shit. And it can be on depending on the situations too, Whatever. I mean, it's just an interesting premise, interesting question. Prepper versus hobo. Oh, what's up, Billy? I haven't even looked at the chat, y'all. Sorry about that. On Whatlife, what's going on? John, Camo Carl, where are you? I'm sorry, I haven't even been paying attention to the chat. I've just been rambling on. Metal, what's going on? I haven't even been watching the chat. Sorry about that, y'all. I haven't even been watching it. But oh yeah, just for shits and giggles. Now think about it. Now that I think about it. All right, now I still got a bunch of this drywall mud and shit. I got to get off the floor and all that stuff and get that up, and then I can put drop cloths when I paint. But all that shit. I can't use a sander because I don't have a vacuum for it and all that stuff. So I mean, it's like I had to do all this by hand, which sucked ass. But anyway, I can paint, get that kind of going, and but I got to clean up all that shit on the floor first, and put drop cloths down so I don't get any paint on the floor, and have that done, and then I can start kind of, maneuvering stuff in. And I mean, honestly, I mean, when we wired this up, I didn't think about it at the time, but that switch used to be sitting over here, and I was just like, damn, that's just so damn far away to reach my arm in when I want to hit the light switch. So I ended up moving it over. Just one of them things, man. It was an afterthought. That's the spot where it used to sit. But one of them things. I don't, man. I like. There's some customizations and shit. Eventually, all this stuff's gonna end up having anyway, to make it a little bit more, a little bit more. I'm just excited. I've never had one of these, and I'm just excited to have one now. And these La-Z-Boy. I've never owned one, and I think it's damn fucking time to get a fucking La-Z-Boy. So I got a La-Z-Boy. I got that from, like, my uncle was cleaning out his house and shit, and he was like, "I throw that on the trash pile." So I was like, "No, I'll take it." There, goddamn La-Z-Boy. Yeah. I'm tell you, that's the thing. I've never even owned one. I'm just like, I mean, my granddad had one. Um, I think my dad had one at one time. And my dad had a waterbed at one time. He had a waterbed. But yeah, he had a La-Z-Boy at one time. And I just like, man, if I ever, I always told myself, if I ever get in a spot where I can, I'm gonna get my fucking La-Z-Boy. And then, like I said, my uncle was like cleaning out his house, and I was like, shit, I'll take that. This one lays all the way back and stuff. I can make it into a bed, basically. You know what I mean? And there will be times. But see, that's the thing too. I got like this. It's like this. What do you call it? That flexible. What is it? Like a gooseneck type of shit. But it's a clip for the cell phone. So I can clip it right to the chair. So I got this gooseneck thing going up to hold my cell phone right there on the chair. You know what I mean? And then uh, I can sit there in my chair and do the cell phone shit in that chair, or move it to the desk or whatever. But I was sitting there, I was like, man, I'd be, set if I can lay back in that chair of mine and then sit there and watch YouTube. Man, yeah, boy. Yeah, free stuff does rock, man. And I mean, honestly, man, that's another thing too that kind of drives parts of my family, well, a lot of parts of my family, because they look at a lot of my stuff, because it is a lot of it was free, if very, or paid very little for it. But it's my junk, it's my kind of crap, you know what I mean? But you know, one man's trash is another man's treasure, kind of thing, you know. Um, but that's the thing. It's like, I have acquired quite a bit. I need to actually get rid of a bunch of shit, but I'm trying to actually. To be honest, I need to actually put a little bit more effort into a lot of shit. I need to put a little bit more effort into it, to be honest. But I don't know. definitely would feel better about myself though if I can find some kind of work nearby. That'd be preferably something nearby, something that I can do for, and I'm pretty decent at, that I can keep the job for, you know. I mean, if it ain't the job or the people I'm working with, it's one or the other sometimes, man, depending on what it is. If it's just like one of those shitty jobs that I've got to get just so I can fucking have some money in my pocket and stuff, like those things don't ever last long. You know what I mean? They just don't last long because something about either the job or the people, I'm just like, fuck it. Why subject me to this shit every fucking day just for this fucking paycheck? So I'm trying to find something that's close by, something that I like to do it, or am good or decent at, you know what I mean? And then, pretty decent people to work with that, I don't mind going there every fucking day and all that shit, you know. It seems like, I don't do even better, it'd be something that that I wouldn't be doing the exact same thing every day. Like every day there's something different, we're always doing something different kind of thing. That would be awesome. So I mean, it's like if I want to put in the world what kind of shit I'm looking for, that's what I want. Something a job that I can actually hold on to for a long period of time, you know. So, I mean, and then it'd be even better on like a more preferable scenario, something close, something I don't have to go very far to get to every day. That'd be preferable. But I'm just not sure what yet. What anyway. Matt, I'm gonna tell you, it's been about a year since the car broke down, and I just got this truck. I don't know, I haven't showed you guys everything. My brother helped me out and got me and we got a truck. Got me a truck, and so I got this. What was it, last week or something like that? So I mean, I feel like now I've got a vehicle. I've got no fucking excuse. I'm not without a vehicle anymore. Because before all I had was my bicycle I was getting around on. But now I've got a damn truck, which is just it's a 95. That damn thing still, it registers as a fucking antique. So I mean, I got a truck. So now I got a vehicle, and this is actually something, I mean, in the little bit of customization that I've done is there wasn't a jack and the little bar to get the spare tire down. That was missing, so I went ahead and got one of those. That's one of my old truck boxes, and I put a hitch on it. But that's what I've done to it since I got it. But now I feel like I'm like, okay, now I got this damn car or this vehicle. I should have no excuse finding fucking work, right? Now I can actually get further away from where I am. But even then, I still don't want to get that far away. You know what I mean? Because that's wear and tear on the vehicle, depending on how much money can I make enough money to compensate for the fucking gas and the wear and tear on the truck? If I got to drive a fucking hour and a half to the job and then an hour and a half back, you know what I'm saying? That 100 miles will fucking gather up pretty damn quick, easily. You know what I'm saying? That'd be like within a couple of days, you know what I mean? Put 100 miles on the damn thing already. Uh, but, and that's nothing around here. That's just funny, too, because I talk to people out there in the UK and they're like, 100 miles? Oh, my God, That's normal type of shit. Fucking put like in a day do 100 miles sometimes, depending on where you got to go. But even then, but I'm just saying, I got to actually figure out another way of fucking getting out there. Because right now I'm just kind of like cold calling type of people, going up places, either calling them up or actually visiting the business or whatever, and you know, trying to get applications either put in right then and there, or or you know, find out if they're even hiring or whatever. So, I don't know. No, John, that's another thing too. That's funny too because he's um he's up in North Carolina, so far away from where the salt water is. So there was like hardly any rust at all in this thing. If I didn't see any rust really on it, and I'm sitting there thinking, I was like, well, shit. Hopefully the damn salt the air down here doesn't fucking attack it. You know what I mean? But it's in pretty good shape, man. I mean, you know, a lot of guys that do all that hot rodding and shit like that, that body style is actually kind of like sought after by some of those hot rodders, those guys that make hot rods and shit. And I mean, you know, it's an old one too. So I mean, it's like, you know, on the EMP scenario of shit, the fan scenario, I'd be better off in that truck than a lot of people, because that's, you know, that's bare bones carbureted fucking engine in that sucker, and very little, if anything. I mean, there's probably one part on that thing that would probably go bad in an EMP, and all I had to do is just replace that part, and that fucking truck would come right back up. Only these newer cars, fuck no, dude. There's so much shit to go fucking wrong if you can even get it started again. You know, what's up, Billy? Dude, I mean, actually, metal. There's a guy. I can't remember his name offhand, but he goes out and finds like you know, those old Dodge Power Wagon. I love those fucking vehicles, man. The old Dodge Power Wagon. And what he does is he goes out into the desert and he finds these suckers that are still in really good shape with no rust on them and stuff like that. It's just been sitting out there in the desert or whatever. But anyway, he will take these things and upgrade them. You know, they put power steering on this thing, power brakes on it, and um, I don't know. I can't remember if he did anything with the transmission or not. But I mean, everything else is pretty much original. I mean, he just kind of upgraded a little bit more convenience. You know, like power steering, power brakes, and you know, and shit like that. I don't, you know, he kept it like a manual transmission, but still, it's a beautiful fucking truck when he gets done with it. And oh my gosh, man! I mean, if I had the money, I would love to have one of those. Um, I mean, it's just a fucking hoss when it comes down to it. I can, you know, it's like perfect type farm truck all together, or just, you know, whatever, just a all around, you know, rugged truck. This thing go through almost anything. They used to use those back in the day, like the firefighters and shit like that, do all these big massive forest fires out there and out west and stuff. A lot of them would use those, like those old Dodge Power Wagons and shit, to get around the mountains and stuff. They're just like a tank, but you put power steering on that sucker, and you know, and brakes, dude, that thing's even better. It's even better. And like I said, everything else you just try and keep original. You know what I mean? I saw this one guy. He had one of those old Dodge Power Wagon. And he had an international engine in that sucker. God, was that like a city bus or some shit? I can't remember. I can't remember what it was out of, but yeah, he had an international engine in it. Just tough as nails, fucking all around. You know, that's one of those things. It's like I always kind of dream of. You know, it's like one day if I ever have the money, if I ever had, win the lottery or whatever, one of those things. You know, it's like I would love to. I would love to have one of those top. I would also. There's another guy I know. I don't know him personally, but I know this other guy that does. He takes old Volkswagen Bugs and camper vans and shit like that, and converts them to electric. And I was like, I've seen his work, and I'm just like, that's fucking badass. We just, you know, have like an old Volkswagen van or an old Bug and completely electric, you know, and then figure out a way to, this is another thing too. I want to incorporate a bunch of shit, kind of like regenerative braking, like maybe even like a on the flywheel itself, actually, having like something like an alternator in line or whatever, which also, while it's spinning, it's also generating electricity at the same time to help kind of recharge the battery as you're driving. A whole bunch of stuff like that, where it would be kind of like um, less trips to the charging station kind of thing. Increase the mileage. Because I mean, honestly, we have a lot of different technologies. Like even like there's like even this it's like a paint that could be acting like a solar panel. So like you think about every surface on your vehicle that the sun shines on, every painted surface on your vehicle that the sun shines on is actually a solar panel. That's one way. While it's sitting parked all day, for instance, while you're at work or something, it's actually probably not a lot, but I mean, it's generating some electricity to kind of help, you know, have a little bit more in your charge than you did when you parked it. You know what I mean? That there is that. I mean, there's all kinds of different technologies out there that it's possible to kind of make this a little bit, increase the range on electric stick. You know, and then you got to figure out a different thing when it comes down to the battery scenario. Also, I mean, you got to make it smaller and hold longer of a charge, um, more stable, or a power plant that directly on the vehicle itself, generating all the electricity needed right then and there. That's a different thing. That's another thing. Instead of actually, you know, charging a battery and then having the motor run off of that, no, you have your own basic power plant on board. You know, and my Uncle Sid just popped up. So okay. Well, down here. Yeah, like the Korean version of the ramen noodles. And beef bone broth. This one's a spicy noodles. Beef bone. Yeah, buddy, like the ramen noodle fucking shit going on right there, boy. I'm gonna tell you. On a prepper and on a damn hobo scenario, ramen noodle should be right up there to the top, boy. I'm gonna tell you, shucks. You know what I'm telling you, boy? Ramen noodle should be right up there with every all that other shit, boy. I'll tell you. You can't go wrong with some ramen noodle. You can make all kinds of shit with ramen noodle, boy. I'm gonna tell you, you can have all them ex-cons in there that have been in prison for a while. All kinds of shit you can do with ramen noodle. Sorry, I had to like I said, I was like, my uncle stopped by. He was in Pensacola and he visited that the Korean, it's like a Korean grocery store out there that he, him and my aunt used to go to all the time, and that's where you can find them them ain't ramen noodles. Those are different. Those are Korean style. But yeah, that's definitely like on your prepper food, or like a bugging out, or on the move. That's definitely one of those things that you should have a few of those in your pack. I'll tell you, ramen noodles are a hell of a lot better. It tastes a lot better. You can mix all kinds of other shit in there with it, make it even better. You know what I mean? And then then fucking MREs, man. I don't know why. You know, MREs. Some of the fucking some of the MREs that you can get, like especially the low sodium shit, dude. They just taste like crap. I'm sure they got all like the vitamins, minerals, and whatnot all in it. That probably does. Probably has just enough to keep somebody alive, basically. But it tastes like crap, man. Some of it, not all of it. I mean, for an MRE, some of it's not too bad. But man, there are some that it's like the nastiest shit. I'm like, God dang, I'd rather eat fucking bugs before I eat that, probably. Go out there and skin me a fucking snake. I found me a copperhead snake fucking sneaking around the house today. I had to take its head off. So I don't need a goddamn copperhead, or, not a copperhead, a fucking cottonmouth. No, it was a copperhead, actually. Copperhead fucking all, getting comfy around my house. Even though he probably would have fucking ate some of the rats or some of the fucking mice around here. But I don't need that fucking around the dogs. You know, some of those non-venomous fucking snakes out here that would take care of these fucking mice and rats or whatever. It's mostly mice, like the fucking mice, fucking over past couple of years. Next thing you know, they've emerged. But non-venomous, I don't mind they're around. I'll let them fucking hang out. The dogs just not have to deal with it. But the poisonous ones, I don't want around. You know. But big girl, she did exactly what she needed to do. She was fucking sitting there and let me know where it was, and they didn't get close to that sucker, which is good. I was worried about a little bit because she's never been around snakes before, so that was a good thing to um, understand the threat. That's metal. I'll tell you, man. I'm gonna tell you, man. I can, in the right setting. When you said that metal shankware, in the right setting, man. A couple of fucking bags of ramen noodles and a snack cake. I could buy your ass. Somebody will sell your ass for a couple of snack cakes and fucking some ramen noodles. Throwing a pack of smokes. God dang, boy. Well, I mean, it's all about perspective, right? So that's the thing too, man. I sitting there talking about like even like on the food scenario, ramen noodles could be like one of those things on that could be considered a trade item. That could be also on one of those food items. But I'm gonna tell you, like on the trade items on the food category, like coffee, sugar, salt, um, chocolate. These are going to be excellent trade items and highly valued. Um, so think about that. Like if everything goes to shit, those particular items right there will be like, almost like luxury items, unless you had a whole bunch of it stored or you can carry a lot of it or whatever. Because I mean, like I said, I kind of look at it from like almost a hobo. I mean, I can see the idea and rationale behind the prepper mentality. I can see it. I can understand what they're going, what they're thinking in a sense. But from things that I've experienced in my life, I've been more of a survivalist on the hobo side of it. Um, like I said, I mean, um, I mean, if everything was to shut down right now, and from this moment until indefinitely, whenever, nothing's coming back. There's no more delivery trucks to the grocery store. There's no power. There's no cell phone. There's no nothing. If everything was to stop right this second, and then no time in the near future ever getting turned back on. All right, within a couple of weeks, things would get really serious for real. I mean, it would get really serious right off the bat. But the thing is, unless they already had this, they already knew it was coming or whatever. It would take about a week or two for people to really start freaking out or getting to that point of freaking out, even rational people, you know what I mean? There's no way to get gas in your car. There's no way to fucking, your electricity's off. So, I mean, like, depending on where you live, you got no water, no power, no sewage, um, a way to cook anything. A lot of times people don't have that actually. I mean, a lot of people, I'm just saying, most people are not in that mindset at all, either the hobo or the prepper mindset at all. I mean, they're completely oblivious to that. They've never even been camping in their life. You know what I mean? So they wouldn't even know what to do, or like if they wanted to, make a fire, or much less like actually, like catching a fish and cooking it and eating it, and all the complete process. You know, it's funny too because I was sitting there, I was watching this lady. She was sitting there. She had a little rant going on because she's got some chickens, and she's got sometimes more eggs than she can handle, so she gives a lot of them away or sells them pretty darn cheap, whatever, you know what I mean? And some lady was like, telling a sob story or whatever about the price of eggs and this and that, whatever. And so she's like, man, I got a bunch of eggs. You can have them if you want them. And she's like, okay, yeah. Well, she went over to her house, and she had a bunch of them just laying out, like she had like cartons like already made up or whatever, of like a um, like 24, like this 24 count or whatever, already sitting out on the dining room table, or not the dining room, the kitchen table or whatever. She's like, what are they still got dirt and feathers and stuff all over them and stuff. And, well, yeah, I mean, they come out of a chicken butt, basically, and she's sitting there complaining about that. And and she's like, well, I mean, you've had them on the counter, you haven't had them in the refrigerator or any of that stuff. And it's like, I mean, if you don't wash them off, you don't have to refrigerate them. You know what I'm saying? And so, they'll last for about a month almost. You know what I mean? But she was sitting there complaining. I was like, man, if you do you want them or not? These free fucking eggs, man. You complain about the fucking price of eggs and the goddamn thing. Here, take them, just wash them off as you use them. You know what I mean? Or if you want to put them in the refrigerator, wash them off, put them in the refrigerator. That's up to you. But they're fucking here. Here's some fucking eggs. Deal with it. It's like, god dang, man. Do you not know where goddamn eggs come from? They come out of a chicken butt. I don't know. So just, man, I mean, I, I think there's a lot of people out there. I don't know, man. And even then, I mean, there's people that would have that same opinion about me. That just like, I don't understand what he's thinking. What the fuck? Where is he coming from? It's like, don't you know you're not living in reality? And people could probably say the exact same thing about me. You know what I mean? I'm sure. You know what I mean? But I got my opinion also. It's like, damn. I look at some people. I'm like, what fantasy world are you living in? And goddamn, how do you get there? Because I mean, honestly, I mean that's just not what the reality that I know to be reality. And even then, you can have this whole philosophical fucking bullshit on that whole premise. What is reality? Blah blah blah. But I mean, reality is, I guess, your perception of reality on that level of it. You know what I mean? It's like, I mean, nowadays with fucking, with the advent of television and the internet and stuff like that, um, it's like, I mean, television is reality, and reality is less than television. I mean, I'm still of that generation. It's like I remember back in the day, it was like you had to actually, you didn't always have, uh, internet or anything like that. access to that kind of shit. And so a lot of stuff you had to do with imagination. You know what I mean? You had to actually use your imagination and do stuff. And now it's like, you can get the AI to be your imagination for you. You know, the AI will just create the stuff for you, create the music, create the art, create the narrative. You think about like that imagination and creativity being lost because giving that up to the new AI that I can do it all for you. Why you don't need imagination, you don't need creativity. You can just fucking type a bunch of words into this motherfucker and it'll create the fucking picture for you or a video or damn program for like coding or something like that. You don't need no creativity. It's like the AI do it for you. I've seen a lot of things, and I'm just looking at like even the job scenario. I've seen a lot of changes over the years, and it just seems like it's just different. Like even just getting like and applying for jobs, it's just changed so much in the past 30 years. Like the way I learned it in school on how to do shit is just doesn't apply anymore. It's like outdated. And forcing everybody into this digital realm. I mean, the way they're doing it right now, they're forcing everybody to like, you have to get into the contract of this digital realm, or you cannot have a job, or you cannot work, or this and that. That's another thing too. Trying to, coerce, compel, or force people into this. You know, through force and violence. At the point of a gun. It's like you can't get a job unless you have this. And then the next thing there'll be punishments. You have to have that. If you don't have that, nothing in government is temporary. They can say temporary all they fucking want. Everything in government becomes permanent. Nothing's ever temporary. I know, that's what drives me nuts. Cindy, too. I was sitting there, I was like, um, I just see how they're using the media, all these social networks and all this stuff. They're using that to like basically um, breaking us of our wildness and trying to tame us into like domesticated animals. And it's being easier through the use of the media, to get in your face type of uh, influence Because I mean, seriously, it's like, you know, I was sitting there, I was looking at this like this alphabet soup fucking bullshit. You know, you know, there's a very, very small group of people, you know, just the United States, and then much less the world, you know, very, very small group of people that are very fucking loud. You know, they're trying to get that the squeaky wheel gets the grease scenario. That's what they're trying to play, that one. You know, they want to be the squeaky wheel. You know what I mean? So they want to get all the grease. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, you know, that, you know, you got this small group trying to dictate to the rest of the goddamn fucking rational reality living fucking people, and to believing, you know, like I said, I was like, there's some things when it comes down to, I mean, you got the right, you know, free speech, all you fucking want. But when you start trying to put shit like some of these stuff ideals into legislation and stuff, that's where it gets fucking all right. Now that's where you turn. That's where you've turned, you know, almost like into some kind of a totalitarian and almost like communist. Fucking, that's almost traitorous to the what America is supposed to be. And so America's supposed to be living in fucking reality and free, not this fucking delusional fucking, you know, dream world some of these people are living in. And honestly, man, it's possible that they probably need to be quarantined themselves and never see the light of day. You know what I mean? Because quite honestly, man, you know, I think they're a risk and a danger to the public health and wellness. Just you know. But I don't know. I'm not an expert. You know what I'm saying? There's some people out there are just, you know, you should be put under observation because quite honestly, you don't look like you're acting well. You're not really well, are you? I mean, you know, if you were born with a pecker and, you know, and you don't understand what the fuck, you don't know what you are, there's a screw loose. You know what I'm saying? We're going to have to find that damn screw and screw it back in. Because I'm going to tell you, you know, was it like, you know, it's like back in my day, we had Wonder Woman for some stupid reason. Nowadays, they're wondering if they're a woman. What the fuck, dude? What the fuck, man? And even then, it's like, you know, it's like, I really hope none of these people will ever procreate, but you know, in some cases, it's like that's probably not going to happen anyway. Nobody's going to fuck them. You know, nobody's going to sit there and have sex for that shit. You know, nobody wants to fucking nobody wants to have sex with that anyway. So that's not even an issue in some cases. You know, there's some rare ones out there that they actually have a chance of getting laid. You know what I mean? Maybe having kids and stuff. You know what I mean? I mean, honestly, you know, passing that type of mentality on to their children, and next thing you know, they become the next fucking brown shirts and stuff growing up, believing in this fucking non-freedom type of shit, non-reality living, whatever. I live in reality. The only problem is like, you know, my reality just revolves around fucking having money or not. While everything is still moving, while the world is still revolving, and everything's still intact, I've got to find money to survive in this fucking in this system because you know, I can't live for free. That's another thing too, man. Man, it's a possibility. You know, once I get like some kind of computer coming in, I don't know. I gotta. It's gonna take me a while, but you know, whenever I get to the point where I can upgrade to a computer, you know, I'll try and make live streams a little bit more exciting because then if I'm on a computer, I can share videos. You know, while I have people up on panel or whatever, I can share videos and stuff. And because I mean, there's things out there that, you know, I always, you know, I put stuff in my what I mean, it's like used to be the community tab, and now it's like called the post tab or whatever. And I put it on the post tab. Um, Things that I think other people might be interested in, that was kind of interesting to me. And there are things like that I can sit back, we can have like a commentary and discussion about certain things. But, and then possibly, and this has never been a goal of mine, but possibly, if I get that going pretty good and having, good conversations that attract people, maybe the numbers will go up enough where I can actually start making money off of doing just this, just live streams and talking and shit. That would be kind of cool. I've always wanted, I've always wanted to do that with the CB radio. I was like, man, it would be awesome if I can just sit on the radio and talk to other people on the CB radio and get paid to do it. That'd be awesome. But it's going to take me a little while to get everything kind of to that point. Because I probably need like a house computer versus a laptop or something. But then it's like there's all kinds of stuff. Is actually getting the thing hooked up to the internet and blah 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 blah. But I want to have it just so I can do the live stream on the YouTube or whatever. And but I haven't done anything on this channel in a long time, so I was like, well, fuck it. When I do the live stream, I went ahead and did it on this one because I haven't done anything on this one in a while, and then at least have something else on it. And but I think I'm probably gonna do more of the if I already get everything set up. I'll do more of it. Probably the talking shit, like live stream talking shit. Probably more on this one versus the other one on the main channel. I don't know. And get to the point where I can grow this one a little bit more anyway, and not have the other one affected. But yeah, the data collection shit. This is another thing too that I don't like about the whole digital shit. Like digital ID. Digital fucking currency. Pretty much the way they want to do is like have every fucking thing on this fucking planet commoditized and tokenized, therefore it can be traded on the like a stock exchange type of shit or whatever. Everything, like every tree, every fucking blade of grass, every fucking animal, insect, everything fucking on this planet fucking tokenized. And I mean that's what they want. It comes down to a whole control of the resources or whatever. You know what I mean? Where they can control the supply of whatever it is, so they can control the supply and demand and blah blah blah. They can control the supply. They can control the price of what they'll demand it, and they'll get it. They'll demand it no matter and the price will just go up, and they can do whatever. You can control that. They can control all that shit. Everything down to the water, everything, air, water, and land. They want to do what God or the creator, depending on what you want to call it. There's a lot of people out there believe in God. A lot of people out there believe in a whole bunch of other stuff, or see it a different way. Um, is the only one that really has control over everything. And they're doing all this stuff when it comes down to weather manipulation, and that's trying to be basically play like gods. I mean, you get into the genetic shit too, I mean, all the fucking mRNA stuff. Um, because I mean, I know that like the ultimate goal on that end of it is like because what they want for themselves is immortality, you know. And one of the ways that they, versus like, cryogenic fucking freezing your head and reattaching it to something else or whatever in the future or whatever, versus something like that where you can like either like, you know, um, download your fucking brain into a computer or something or into a robot and, you know, download your consciousness into the fucking robot or some shit and then live out the rest of your days forever in a robot body. Or, it's like even on the genetic scenario too, it's just genetically enhancing or modifying our genome or, the genome to the point where that, you know, that timeline is stretched, you know what I mean? Instead of like, oh, like, 100 or less years, you're able to live for hundreds of years, just because your body's able to heal a hell of a lot quicker and doesn't get old as fast. I mean, there is that. But, the ones that will be creating that shit, they're going to be probably doing it for like personal reasons and also like, military applications like super soldiers and shit like that. Average everyday people, you know, the ones that are in control are just going to fucking give all those people crumbs. And it's like, here's some crumbs off of this loaf of bread that I just ate. Here's some crumbs. You know, there's a loaf of bread, crumbs from the loaf of bread that I just ate, and I am the circus. The circus giving you that bread, and see that's the thing too. It's like you think about it. You talk about contingencies and shit. All right, I know now. This is something that I know on my own because I'm a kind of like a kind of a tech geek. But I know when it comes down to like critical infrastructure type of shit, like military infrastructure over in Russia, still has vacuum tube technology. Because, like, for instance, as like an EMP scenario, vacuum tubes will survive versus solid state, which is everything else now. Solid state and that fucking digital shit is all that's highly susceptible to an EMP blast. But most of their critical shit is still running off of vacuum tubes. And I started thinking about what exactly, you know, um, are the contingency plans, and other than these guys just locking themselves in a bunker and just waiting it out, and then come out in 50 some odd years or whatever, and and try and take back control, or and or what, what I'm saying. There's a lot. I mean, have you noticed? Now I don't know if it's just a fad or it's just like something that, but I've been noticing a lot of these like people that are like millionaires and billionaires and celebrities and stuff actually getting um like underground bunkers being put in their property. Now I don't know if it's just like because it's like a scare tag, everybody was talking about it, that kind of thing. I kind of like that doomsday prepper scenario, um, or they got a heads up on something, years in advance, and they're putting their infrastructure in now. So, like, when it all, they've got somewhere to go run and hide to. That's the only thing about, in my mind, the way I see things, it's like, when everything goes down and everything, and a good amount of time has gone by, majority of people that are going to end up losing their life is because of starvation. That's going to be the majority of people that aren't around anymore in a situation like SAPF, like a really dire situation, like nationwide type of shit, that kind of thing. It'd be majority of people dying of starvation because it's just you know um, All right. Well, that's the second time it dropped me. Now, I don't know if it's just because my phone is overheating and or what, or it's just the powers that should not be are fucking with me, but who knows? So I don't know. I might just go ahead and call it. And dude, I'm gonna tell you, Garrett, I didn't even see them. I didn't even see Garrett come in there either, man. Appreciate it, man. If you're just getting here, but I don't know. That's something that I sit there and think about what else I could be doing when it comes down to live stream stuff. I was sitting there thinking that Joe Cool actually had contacted me a while back ago. He's like, I want to do something. I got something I want to talk about or whatever. I want to do like a panel talk on it and stuff like that. And I was like, all right, man, just tell me when. And it's never got back up with me, but that might be something in the works down the line, man. Because I mean, I like Joe, man. Joe Cool. He's pretty fucking cool, man. I mean, I like talking to him. He's a straight up dude. He's very, in my opinion, he's authentic. You know what I mean? And I like getting into some of those deep conversations with him sometimes about because I mean, there's some things, man, that on the deep level of it, man, it's like you almost have to realize the most basic stuff. You know what I mean? Get to the root of it all. Because there's a lot of stuff, and I try to remind myself this in my own life when it comes down to just whatever. I kind of related to like a garden, for instance. If anybody's out there is, does gardening, okay, for instance, all right. If you got some kind of like some kind of a pest like fungus or something like that that's attacking your plants or whatever, um, you 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 attack it to the root. You yank those affected, the ones that can like affect the rest. You yank those out of your garden or whatever. So that infection doesn't go any further with it. And at a lot of levels, that's what we all got to do. Even that's when it comes down to society. You got to actually eliminate the infection, get down to the root of things. All right, the single cause and effect scenario. What's actually bringing this about? What's causing it? What this and that, whatever, and getting to that root cause, whatever. And then that, I mean, because all this other shit that gets layered on top of it obscures the true nature of what's going on, in my opinion. Because they do that all the time. They stack a bunch of other shit on top of it, and it's like the true nature of the whole thing gets obscured and covered up and shit, kicked under the rug type of shit. But anyway, sun's getting to me, man. I gotta fucking get back and mosey over here and get out of the sun. You know, go inside and sit inside. Yeah, neither one of you guys are coming inside because you're both wet and dirty, both of you. Until you dry off and get all that dirt off you, you're not coming back inside. All the dirt on your hands. Been doing some cleaning up over here. This happens to be the pile of shit that I've been kind of pulling out that was around my, camper over here that I can throw away, but it's all mostly metal shit right here. I got a pile of stuff, and I was like, okay, yeah, let's throw this shit out. And I got a bunch of other trash and stuff that I'm trying to gather up, and it's still around here that probably just put on the burn pile. Whatever I'll burn, I'll burn. Whatever, metal and shit like that, I gotta find somewhere to take it. Because it's one of them things. Let's see here. Well, I'll be inside. Maybe it won't. The phone won't overheat on me. And something like that, maybe kind of, sort of. All right. Yeah, now I can see the chat a lot better too. Mm-hmm. Go to this website. But we've talked a little bit about a lot of things here about language and where some of the late night hosts have gone things. But I want to jump into what's happened since the election. Oh yeah, 1 week, in 1 week, that Joe Biden did 4 years. But well, it's hard to say that Biden did things, but he was burning. He left here and left fires burning. He walked out. So it's amazing the stuff that Trump has done and the swiftness of which he's moved. Do you think he learned a lesson from that first time around in the White House? I think so. And I think he's had 4 years to just, yeah. And these videos of the people getting sent back to where they came from, and like the president of Colombia, oh no, they're not coming back here. And like 5 minutes later, says, wait a minute, I'll send a plane forward. You just stick them on there. Works. The problem was nobody on the world seemed ever feared anything from Joe Biden. And so they can get away. When mom and dad and dad's away, everybody else is going to play. All the kids are going to go out. They're going to destroy. They're going to, things. But the fact is, somebody put something on Facebook the other day about the changes and what you've done, and I said, my response was, I'm just glad the adults are back in charge. Yeah, I mean, just common sense, and of course, everything he does, the stupid Nazi salute that they tried to hang on by. It's a Nazi salute because that's their narrative. If you're Donald Trump, or if you follow Donald Trump, you're all Nazis. And then somebody was smart enough to go out and find all the pictures of the liberals with the very same pose. It was not a Nazi salute. It was not a Nazi salute for them. That's the point. So they keep grabbing at these straws that mean absolutely nothing. And I think America is wiping up. Did you see what they did today? It was either today or yesterday. They have now opened up these press conferences with
spokesperson. Somebody said something to her about as they were deporting these and the criminals. She said, "Well, what about the others you're wanting to deport? Are they criminals?" And the spokesperson said, "Yes, they're criminals. They broke our law and came in here." Exactly. And so, yes, they are criminals, and people don't like to hear that. But they have now opened up seats.
Yeah, technically, when it comes down to it, because I don't leave my fucking door wide open for anybody to come walking in anytime they want. So because I am one of the people, one of the people I have an invested interest on that fucking border in a sense. That's basically the property line that I invest, or I'm being forced to invest into. You know what I mean? So that's part of my property line. So yeah, when you come, if you don't come in through the port of entry, in my mind, you're a trespasser. So right off the bat, you broke the fucking law. You're a trespasser. We, the people, are the victim because you trespassed on our property. You know what I mean? So we're the victim. You're the aggressor. You've trespassed. You're the criminal. That's whatever. You know what I'm saying?
Nobody in her ear, or there was nobody with a teleprompter to tell her what to say. Donald Trump, a lot of times I think he's ready to say it before they ask the question. Donald Trump doesn't have a teleprompter. Nobody in his ear. He will stand there and take questions from anyone at any time. He's accessible. But I'm still convinced that in that presidential debate between Harris and Trump, I believe that there was some skullduggery going on there. Oh, yeah. People talked about the earrings he had on it. Very, very similar to these Bluetooth earpieces that people put on their ears because they don't want to wear they want them to look like a piece of jewelry instead of a little something hanging out of your ear. And it looked a lot like that. She was too sharp if that was her answer. She was too quick. When you take all that she did and all the times that she screwed up so severely and made no sense whatsoever, it didn't happen one time during that. And she was throwing him some looks that made you want to poke her in the nose. I mean, there's one look when she's looking to the side, she's got her hand up to her, and she's and you just want to, can you put her on the world stage treating somebody from another country like that? I swear we would have been invaded, and they would have taken our country over before we could have finished up swearing her in. And I saw that. You gave me that sign. Yes, we've got to take a short sign. Yes. we got to take a short break. Once again, I just want to remind
you. I was to think about it. I was like, Diane Feinstein or Frankenstein or whatever the fuck. She been in fucking politics for over 40 years. You know damn well she didn't have people voting her in. She was put in there. She wasn't voted in. Nobody in their right mind fucking kept voting for her to be, in there for 40 years. I mean, give me a fucking break, man. Same thing with like fucking I mean, for real. I would like to see the constituency of Nancy Pelosi. Even though that's California bullshit, it's almost expected, but god damn, dude. Rational, real people did not fucking, give their written consent for that ruler to rule over them. These people that, I mean, you think about it, it's like the people that don't vote for these people, who don't want these people in, doesn't matter what side voted, got in or voted this or whatever, doesn't matter. There's always going to be another side that didn't vote or didn't want this to happen. And they're being forced into whatever the other side wants, or the majority. That's not a constitutional republic. That's closer to a democracy, which is socialism, getting right around the corner from socialism, and then that's Marxism, when that's right around the fucking corner to communism, and it's a slippery slope because more people become fearful of the government on what they are willing to do to the average people if you don't comply, if you don't, obey. you know. See, the thing is, it's like the government, you know, um, the more powerful it becomes and the more arrogant it becomes, um, the more it's willing to go scorched earth and rule over the ashes. All right. But I wonder, what are we, the people that will be reduced to ashes? What are we willing to do to not be reduced to ashes? You know what I'm saying? Become irrelevant. You know, you think about it, with all the AI and robotics and stuff like that, there's going to be a lot of stuff, services and stuff that people used to do are going to be automated. All right. And then there's going to be less manual labor type of shit, um, um, that that isn't automated. And so what's left? You know, the whole, um, creating an income, it becomes, you know, different. There's, you know, um, unless you just get into the staples, which is like, you know, food. But even then, you know, it's like, I mean, I've even seen some of the stuff that's like, if it becomes affordable to a lot of businesses, you know, they'll have automatic fucking, or automated fucking robot arms cooking all the food for you. You know, if that ever becomes affordable for companies to get, like, you think about it, I can almost imagine a Waffle House that gotten to the point where it's like they can actually afford to get one of these automatic, you know, these robotic arms. They're just a set of arms that just travel up and down the griddle and cook your fucking eggs and shit, and your, you know, hash browns and all that stuff. You know what I mean? They don't have a cook there anymore. They've got these robot doing it, automated. They don't even have a server. It's just passed out by this robotic server. You know what I'm saying? And you know, I can almost imagine like a Waffle House like that. You know what I'm saying? Um, you know, because I mean, that'd be the only type of, like, you know, that I like greasy spoon type of fucking restaurants. You know what I mean? Kind of like a Waffle House or something. You know, it's like, you know, I mean, for 40, well, you know, going on 30 years or something like that. I've never even been in a Waffle House in the daytime. You know what I mean? It's like, you know, I got my phone charger plugged into the phone so I can keep, you know, charge the phone at the same time. Hopefully that doesn't affect the audio too much. Um, if any of you guys would just give me kind of like a heads up of if the audio sounds still okay. It's not creating any interference with it, like any kind of noise or anything like that while I'm talking. Hopefully not, you know what I mean? But I don't know. It might be okay. 5x5. Cool, cool, cool. And I'm using the speakerphone. I mean, the speaker on the. I'm not even using my headset. So, um, cool. Right on, you guys. Thanks, Garrett. Thanks, you know, Indy. Um, so yeah, but you know, um,
It's the same thing with David. David, it's a whole different thing with your finances, but he keeps on.
uh, I was sitting there talking. I see. I'm kind of. I really don't like this idea of anarchy. Bill Gates was saying last week. Next 10, 11 years. See, that's the thing. It's like, you know, I'm getting older, man. You know, the older I get, the harder it is to find a job anyway. And then you got to think about, I got to compete with a fucking robot, not just fucking young kids. I got to compete against a robot. What the fuck, man? You know, I mean, hell, I mean, I mean, seriously, like in like 2015, 2014, well, '08 happened, and then that fucking fucked up my construction, you know, type of shit. But it's like 2014, 2015, I was still doing some construction and shit like that. Then I had to think about fucking Mexicans coming in and fucking taking my jobs and shit, which I was starting to see the fucking trend in that. And it's actually, you almost gotta fucking learn two more languages, man, just to get a damn construction job anymore. And then fucking now I got to worry about not just fucking Mexicans. I got to worry about fucking robots, coming into the service industry or construction industry or manufacturing industry or whatever, you know. Like even like some of these big fucking shipping things. Kind of, I'm not, I'm kind of like Amazon or whatever. But I mean, a lot of them are going automated. You know what I'm saying? Or car manufacturers and stuff like that. All these kind of things going automated. You know what I mean? There's less people working the factories and less people doing this and that. It's all done by robots and shit. Like they got, Boston Dynamics has got that one robot that can load and unload semi trucks, trailers and stuff, all their packages and shit. Instead of somebody sitting in there loading and unloading those trucks and shit, they got a robot that can fucking do that now. You know, um, I've they got the Atlas robot that Boston Dynamics is fucking doing. Man, it's like you know can do a lot of things that being like almost like a humanoid type of robot. I mean, a bipedal fucking humanoid type robot. It can maneuver around almost the same, quite almost not quite, but almost the same as a regular human. Around things and maneuvering things, putting things this way or whatever. You know, and that's just what they've been showing us making public. They're probably about 50 years ahead in the technology that that you know compared to what they're actually making public. You know what I'm saying?
When I broke into radio for the first time in my little hometown of Grundy, Virginia. You were big stuff over in Grundy. I'll tell you what, they only had one radio station. They didn't have any choice. It was either us or nobody else. And so anyway, the guy who became my mentor, he just was the guy was fabulous. His name's Joe Dean. Joe passed away several years ago, but I heard him on the radio. He had just started there before I started hanging around. So this guy was really, for a small town, he was above average. And so I went down the first day I was hanging out, and I'm really excited about meeting Joe. And so it was time for him to come in. I hear the door open. I figured that was him. He comes rolling in, and we had this shelving with all of our records back in those days. All the 45s and albums were shelving in the studio. You'd go and pick up oldies you wanted to play, those kind of things, different music. He suddenly comes around this shelf, and I see him. He's about 4 foot and a half.
And Garrett, you know, even though I guess I would put a label as me as a survivalist, but I don't want to have to be in always a survival mode, and that's what pisses me off is because I feel like that's being artificially induced is like put us all in this survivalist type mode, you know what I mean? And we're never actually thriving and living. You know what I mean? Even like just a regular everyday thing. You're a lot of people. and I'm not saying you, but I mean a lot of people. Um, they're always chasing a living, not necessarily chasing a life. They're chasing a living, and that's I think artificially induced because we if we're not chasing a living, we're not able to afford all this fancy shit and buy more stuff. A lot of people make money off of us chasing our living, just to afford to live and then have something extra to do something else. And that, and then that consumerism and this whole idea of like, what is it, the convenience of it all. You know what I'm saying? I mean, that's how they're going to hook everybody. A lot of people on this fucking digital currency and shit. They'll create some kind of event at the scale or size of like World War II, And, you know, because that's how they got rid of the gold, because it was right after World War II or right around there. It's like that's when they switched everything to this fucking fiat currency and took the gold instead, you know, basically the largest gold heist in fucking history of the world, as far as I know. And they'll try and do the same thing with the cash. They'll create some kind of a problem, you know, that's at that scale. And the reaction of the people is like, "Oh, government, please do something, help us. Oh God, what the fuck?" Well, okay, we've got this digital currency that will issue to everybody, and this is be what everybody's going to be required to use, you know. And that's the thing. It's like, you know, I don't really, um, you know, it's like you got all these, you know, these fucking people are insane. I mean, literally, they should, you know, in some ways, in some ways, I kind of wish that fucking nut houses were still a thing, because some of these people really need to be like, you know, put in there and fucking maybe get some electroshock therapy or something. I mean, you know, but no, I mean, I don't know. But I, you know, and I don't consider it sane to fucking be well adjusted to a profoundly insane society. You know what I mean? So, you know, I want to live in reality, not this insanity that some people want to like push on everybody. You know, that's why I was like talking about that alphabet soup shit, you know, because that's like, to me, I'm like, fuckers, you know what I mean? Um, and it drives me nuts because, I mean, you know, it's like, you know, this whole issue, like, okay, it's trans women. No, they're fucking not women. They're fucking dudes wanting to be a fucking woman, but they're not a woman. You know what I mean? Honestly, I find that very disrespectful to women to sit there and claim that this man is a fucking woman. And try to force people to fucking sit there and address him that direction and address him in that way. And I find that offensive to women. You know, I love women, and I'm gonna tell you, you know, you get all these feminists. So where the fuck are they at? All these feminists out there saying, "Oh, this is a man's world. We don't need a man." All right, you on this alphabet fucking bullshit stuff too? Because I mean, this is a man trying to sit there and say that he's a woman and he's going to speak for women. Blah, blah. Well, sounds like a fucking man trying to get in a woman's world. Where's all these feminists at, man? Whatever, man. It's fucking delusional. It's fucking insanity. You know, it's like, you know, and if you want to, I mean, you know, because I've said it before, it's like, you get into the biblical sense of it, you know, it's like I kind of look at Revelation as a playbook, not necessarily a prophecy. This is a playbook. There are people out there that are consciously every day of their fucking life trying to create this and project this, or you know, actually make this prophecy, if you want to call it that, a reality, because they're profiting from it. They're profiting from it. You know, there's people making money on both sides of the conflict. For instance, it doesn't matter, you know, as long as they're fighting each other. I'm making money on who. It doesn't matter who wins or who loses. I'm making money on both ends of it. I mean, you know, I'm not in that situation. I know there's people out there that are, you know, so all the people that are dying for all these these ideas that they think, these ideals, you know, it's like, okay, you know, they try to hype up like even our military, like, oh, they're going around the world fucking keeping us fucking safe and blah 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 and fighting for Americans. What the fuck? Every person you kill over there in all these other fucking countries, you're actually creating more enemies against the American people that had nothing to do with what you're fucking being told to do over in these other countries. You know? How does fucking going over in another goddamn country and fucking shooting a bunch of brown people fucking actually protecting my rights that are supposed to be protected under the Constitution that existed before government and that are supposed to be protected and insured under the Constitution? How is that protecting those? when the very people that we have to, I mean, the very government that are supposed to be there to protect and ensure those rights, we constantly have to fucking fight against. Constantly. You know, it might not happen to, there's might be some people out there who's never had a bad experience with any form of government whatsoever. But that doesn't mean it doesn't fucking happen. An evil that happens to one man happens to all men. If they can do it to one, they can do it to another. And if they can do it to another, they'll do it to everybody. It's just a matter of time it comes to your fucking door. It's just a matter of time that you have that bad experience where you get thrown face down into the goddamn concrete by a fucking cop for not doing anything wrong. It's just a matter of time. You may live your entire life and never have that, but it's just a matter of time. Everybody's going to have at least one experience where government has fucked them. And then if you put all those experiences of everybody that has to deal with government, because it all affects all of us, their track record, the government's track record of using force, violence, coercion, compulsion, to get their way, because that's how they operate. Because I mean, honestly, you look at all those courthouses, you look at all those fucking, the city halls and all these public buildings and shit. How do these things get funded? All right. I mean, how do they get funded? They get funded by tax dollars, right? Now, is tax dollars voluntary? I mean, are they voluntary? Can we just? It's like I don't feel like paying them. If they're not voluntary, it's done at the point of a government gun. It's done by force, violence, coercion, and compulsion. That's how it's done. That's how this stuff gets funded. It's by the point of a government gun. Extortion. I mean, it's not like, all this touchy feely. It's like, yeah, I think the government does a good thing. I don't mind if they take my money. No, that's not on a general fucking acceptance. You know what I mean? I mean, there's very few people out there that I have met that are okay with the government taking this from them. Where they have no choice in the matter. They are okay with it though. And they'd be okay if they took more. They'd be okay with it. You know what I mean? There's some people out there that are like that. Wait a minute, Homestead. I've seen clips of that. Um, yeah, we did watch that, didn't we, Indy? That's right. That's that. You know, um, I can almost imagine a lot of stuff when it comes down to it. If it got down to the point where it's like, no end in sight and all this shit's going on all around us everywhere. I mean, I would imagine there would be, different little homesteads along the way, and eventually, it'd be like individual towns in a sense that will have to eventually find a way to, like, communicate and trade with the neighboring homestead or town, if you would. um and that's how it'd grow from there. As everybody each individual uh spot where people have gathered and created their own thing. Yeah, like the Jericho season. I think I remember that. But I mean, it was on that same level. You think about it. Now, some of them would be pretty, kind of like, fucking Deegan from fucking Walking Dead. You know what I mean? That could be a whole town. It's nothing. It's like the Deegan fucking runs it and shit. You'd have to work around that. You know what I'm saying? Um, And you think about what's left behind. Now, depending on what happens, how much of the surviving government and military still is wanting to hold on control is left behind, depending on what happens. You got to think about, like, no matter what fucking kind of a scenario happens, like if it was an EMP attack or cyber attack or whatever, something fucking happened that was a national thing, and it was like it put everything on hold, basically. Cell phones out, power's out, blah blah blah, everything's out. If it was in that scenario, and the government and the military and police are going to try and hold on what they perceive their control and power, but if there was a situation where that was non-existent, um, which depends on what happens, I mean, because there's going to be a lot of other countries that'll lay claim if that's not in place. But they're gonna, the government's in place. They'll try and hold power and control, and they'll and they'll suspend what they believe they have the right to suspend our natural rights that are supposed to be protected under the Constitution. They believe they have the right to suspend those rights in a time of emergency. And quite honestly, man, if they can't, if the emergency doesn't happen, and they're just wanting to, like, they'll create an emergency. They'll create an emergency to suspend all those rights. Put us on lockdown or curfews and martial law, whatever. You know what I mean? They believe they can. They've reserved the right to do so. And they've written it down on a piece of paper and sprinkled it with pixie dust also. So you gotta bow down and say, "Oh, I must obey. I must obey. Yeah. I am not worthy." You know what I mean? Of course. They sprinkled the pixie dust. It's all legit. I'm surprised you guys have hung out this long. I really am. I'm surprised. I mean, I don't get the numbers. I don't get the people coming in, like the high numbers, like some of those other big time YouTubers out there. All you big time YouTubers out there, you know who I'm talking to. All you big time YouTubers out there, you got a lot more people on your live streams. But oh, see you later, Indy. That's one of them big time YouTubers. Yeah. Yeah, we're going out there, Indy. But I appreciate you coming out, though. Yeah, because I mean, I don't know. I didn't like I said, I didn't really have anything that was been pressing on my. I mean, there are some personal shit, but I just keep those personal. But otherwise, I mean, on a more public scenario, I'm just kind of shooting from the hip, basically. And if you guys got anything that you're interested in and stuff like that, um, and you're interested in what my opinion is or whatever, um, help keep me going. But otherwise, I mean, like I said, I'll keep. No, I'll keep going back and forth to that too, because next it gives me some ideas, man. Hearing those guys sitting there chit and chatting, some of those guys chit-chatting up there. So hold on, let's see something. Let me do some scanning real quick just to see if there's anybody out there talking right now. Anyway, kind of doubt it, but let's just see if we pop into anything. And this is one of them Baofengs, man. But it's not a CB. Eventually, man, I'm probably gonna end up putting this in my truck until I can work out moving the tower and the antenna over, and I can actually hook up like a house base station. And when I can do that, I'll probably, I don't know. Hopefully by that time I have money in my pocket and I can just buy me another radio and use that for the house and then keep that out there in the truck. But that's something now too. I gotta get all this stuff. Although I gotta get the wiring, which I don't have at the moment. I gotta get the wiring worked out and then ran through the truck for the power, and then I gotta get coax for an antenna because I got an antenna and I've got a radio. I just gotta get all the power wiring and the coax for the antenna, and then I can rig that up in the truck. And like I said, eventually I gotta take the tower down, take the antenna and the tower down, and move it closer to the other place. And then I gotta run the coax and all that shit. I gotta run. Oh yeah, I gotta move the antenna, ground it really good, and then get the coax ran inside to where the radio is going to be. And I'm going to have to rig up a spot where I can send multiple strands of coax out, simply because I'm going to try that some more of those experiments with the television shit, and then maybe just do some random transmissions out there. And it's actually showing there was a repeater out there. A repeater out there, just a burping its call sign out there with the dit and dot, the dit dot. Morse code for you people out there that don't know what that is. Morse code, the stuff with the thing with them old timers used to do with that Morse code stuff. Is that old timer stuff? The one thing that I'm actually gonna probably miss, because I don't have grandchildren. The one thing it will be kind of funny though, is being that old granddad, man. Is like, when I was a kid, boy, we used to chase bobcats up and down the road and stuff, catch them by the tail. Boy, them things will eat you up, man, if you ain't right, boy. I'm tell you, don't ever do that. Just tell all these fucking crazy stories. When I was a kid, we used to have to do. We went out there and what they call noodling. We go out there and dive under the water, stick our arm in a fucking hole in the ground, and have this big old fucking catfish bite down on your arm, and you just yank that sucker right out of the water. Boo down! I'm gonna tell you, fucking grandkids would be looking at me like, that man, granddad's fucking crazy. Be like when they're going, old guys like the damn kids in my neighborhood were like, get that damn whippersnappers, get off my lawn. God damn it. Messing up my damn grass. Little house on the prairie. Back in my day, we had to walk to school uphill both ways, 10 foot of snow. I had to kill a goddamn grizzly bear with my loose leaf notebook. Poked him in the eye with my fucking #2 pencil. And until about 10th grade, I had to do that barefoot. Back in that goddamn day, boy, I would tell you, we had it hard back then. Back in my day, you know. Back in my day, I can tell you. Back in my day, goddamn, when I was a kid, my damn parents didn't even want us in the house, man. They kicked us out of the goddamn house at daylight and said, don't come back in until those street lights come on. God damn it, you stay outside all day. I don't want you inside. Back in my day, god damn it, we had to go outside and find shit to do. A lot of times we just sit out there and blow shit up like firecrackers or something. Or we get out there. Who that? I don't know who that is. Back in my day, hell, we just get out there with our BB guns back in the day and shoot each other with it, and that was fun. back in my day. Back in my days, yeah, but we used to go out there in the woods and stuff, and we take a bunch of logs and make a trail down to this thing and make them bunch of logs into a big ramp. And we'd fucking ride our damn BMX bikes and stuff, man, down this fucking trail in the woods, fucking full fucking speed, boy. I would tell you, I mean, just hauling ass. Hit that fucking jump and just go as fucking forever, man. You just fucking, whoa, man. I would tell you, back in my day, goddamn. Back in my day, if you got hurt by God, we just throw some damn dirt on it, put some duct tape around it, you'll be all right. You'll be all right. You'll be all right, man. You know. Rub some dirt on it, wrap it in duct tape. Now I don't know, this is probably gonna be loud, but damn air conditioner. I want to see this fucking thing. It's kind of loud. But turn that on for a minute. Yeah, you're probably gonna hear that air conditioner in the background, so I apologize.
I can see through this all. Mm-hmm. Wesley Hunt, another great congressman from Texas. He had a lot to say that was intelligent too. Cut two, go.
Democrats love to talk about democracy. They claim Donald Trump is a threat to it. They say actions taken by his administration undermine it. But let's be clear. Democrats have twisted and weaponized the word democracy into nothing more than a partisan talking point. So let me tell you what democracy is not. Democracy is not the tyranny of the majority. When 77 million Americans cast their vote for a president, and when every major swing state breaks in his favor, and when the Electoral College delivers a clear mandate, it is not democracy when a district court judge overturns the will of the American people and usurps the constitutional authority of the commander-in-chief. Full stop. President Trump, along with Tom Homan, CBP, and ICE, are doing an outstanding job securing our homeland. And in just a few months, we have seen historic progress on border enforcement, gotaways are down, arrests are up, and deportations are finally happening. But now we are beginning to see that progress stall. And why? Because the tyranny of the minority, activist judges targeting immigration executive orders. It is not the rule, nor is it the authority of a single judge to undermine the commander-in-chief's constitutional responsibility to repeal an invasion. And make no mistake about it, this is an invasion. 20 million people entering our country illegally for the past 4 years is in fact the quintessential definition of an invasion.
He's really good. Really good. So's the next guy. You may have heard of him, Newt Gingrich. Got 3 to go.
There is clearly a potential constitutional crisis involving the judicial branch's effort to fully override the legislative and executive branches. 15 district judges effectively seized control of various executive branch duties in the first 6 weeks of the current presidency through nationwide injunctions. This is potentially a judicial coup d'etat. It clearly violates the Constitution and more than 200 years of American history. To set the stage for this hearing, let me mention 12 former federal judges appointed by President John Adams: Richard Bassett, Edward Benson, Benjamin Bourne, William Griffith, Samuel Hudson Hitchcock, Philip Martin Kay, Jeremiah Smith, George Keith Taylor, Oliver Wilcott Jr., Williams McClung, Charles McGill, and William Stillman. President Adams appointed these federal judges on his way out of office to hamstring the incoming President Thomas Jefferson's agenda. President Jefferson concluded that impeaching the judges would take too much time. He and the Congress simply abolished the courts in which they served via the Judiciary Act of 1802. This is a constitutional balance of power. The legislative and executive branches can reshape the judiciary branch. It is a useful reminder in considering the current situation.
And I've talked about this till I'm blue in the face. What are you talking about, Mark? Eliminate the judges, which eliminates their courtroom and their clerks and everything else. Texted and said, hey, so-and-so had a great idea. No, it's an idea we've been pressing here literally for years, as well as the Men in Black. And it's
Well, I mean, honestly, in my opinion, you know, the way the court system and all that shit, you know, it's all a money-making, profit-making type of a machine altogether. All right, you know, you got all these lobbyists that there's like a shitload compared to how many senators or whatever are out there, you know, governors or whatever. But there's a shitload of lobbyists out there that are trying to influence their way into it so they can make money. And then on top of that, they're making, you know, padding the pockets of, you think about all these politicians that get paid a salary and they become millionaires, you know, in a short period of time or whatever, or, you know, or even billionaires, you know, and that, I mean, you know, really, I mean, you know, they don't make that much money at their job and they don't really do a good job. They actually, you know, they end up, you know, you scratch my back, I'll scratch yours type of scenario to pay to play or whatever when it comes down to, you know, them making a profit, you know, because, you know, these people, they're going in and this thing is like a career, a lifetime career. I mean, there's some of these politicians that have been in there for like 40, 50 years, you know what I mean? And, you know, and they've lived a very comfortable life in what would be almost considered like royalty, you know what I'm saying, compared to the rest of the people out here. You know, there's some of these people, they've had money all their life. They've always worked in this so-called public service, you know what I mean? But yet they've become millionaires. I don't think any of them has ever even, you know, pumped their own gas in their fucking car. I mean, you know, they probably never even never even changed a tire in their life. You know what I'm saying? And that's the thing, John. I mean, honestly, man, I'm sick and tired of that trickle down effect that you know, I'm on the low income type of an end of it, you know what I mean? Um, you know, because I'm in that status, you know, or whatever that income bracket. Um, I don't really. It just seems like, you know, that's all I've got to choose from is crumbs. You know. Do. And you know, that's another thing too, man. It's one of my fucking what grinds my gears. I cannot stand commercials. I fucking cannot stand commercials. I think commercials ruin every fucking thing. I cannot stand commercials. But that's just the way I see it. I cannot stand fucking commercials. Commercials suck ass. Auntie, what's going on there, bud? Just kind of shooting it from the hip, kind of sitting back and having a little uh, a little partition of a safety meeting. I'm having a safety meeting at the moment, just to let you know. So
6171.
you know, John, at one time I was thinking about it. If I could afford it, I'd buy a plot of land and start my own cemetery, you know, and just sell off plots, you know, for, you know, a gravesite, you know, sell off plots and stuff. Just one piece of property just for that. Because I was thinking about it at the time. I was like, what's the better business, man? When, you know, people are dying to get in here. You know what I mean? So I was like, that'd be a good investment, you know, if you wanted to buy a piece of land and just create your own cemetery, you know. But there is this other thing too. I think somebody was mentioning a while back, another stream or whatever, that it seems like there isn't very new cemeteries being started up. Where are they all going? I guess, like I said, I was thinking maybe like cremations are always cheaper, so a lot of people do get cremated versus getting buried, you know, because it's just a lot cheaper.
Proudly assembled in Fort Wayne, Indiana, over 500,000 units have been sold. For you, my listeners, get 10%.
I hate commercials, man. Fucking suck. In my opinion, I think all commercials should be only on one particular channel or one particular, you know, like for instance, like radio, one particular channel is like that's where all the commercials are. All right. And like TV, same thing. There's just one channel, like channel whatever, and that is nothing but commercials. And you know, that's where all commercials are supposed to go. That's the only place you can see them. Same thing with the internet. I think that there should be only like channels out there that are nothing but commercials, so all the commercials would go there, and they're no longer interrupting your video or interrupting any of this shit, or where you have to go through like 2 or 3 commercials before you can even start the fucking video. No, all those commercials need to go to one fucking channel, and that's where they all go. That's what I think. I mean, if they're never gonna, you know, if I can't have my way where they don't exist at all, if they have to still exist, segregate commercials to a fucking channel, one particular channel. Yeah, just move them all to QVC or something where if you want to watch commercials or you're interested in what products or whatever, and you want to see what's up, you can go to this fucking channel, you know, and like, for instance, like, you know, you can even, I mean, you can just watch live stream of fucking commercial after commercial after commercial after commercial, all kinds of stuff, you know, or you can, like, you know, maybe even have dedicated channel that is just nothing but like, you know, different topics, you know, like automotive, you know, food, or you know, sporting goods, or, you know, something like that. But because I get so sick and tired of commercials, like on the radio, like if I'm listening to a something, you know, I always get interrupted, you know, with commercials and shit. And then on top of that, like videos, like on YouTube, it's getting worse over the years. The more and more commercials that are being put on videos, especially the ones that get a lot of views, because the monetization comes into play. So they just stack, even live streams. I know people out there that do live streams, and in the middle of their live streams, their commercials are popping up. And I was like, fuck, dude. So, yeah, I just fucking, I can't stand them.
And it was hilarious because I had my book, Conscience of a Conservative by Barry Goldwater on my desk. And he put Malcolm X on his desk.
You know, and everybody's always trying to sell something.
And we weren't wrong. Quite frankly, because back then.
And always, and that's another thing too. Like you get these big influencers, or people that are in the mainstream that have a big following, or people stuff like that. They're in a sense an influencer. All right. You know, there is that part of them that is in it to make money. So they're always trying to sell you something, even if it might be the so-called truth that they're trying to put out there, or the news, quote unquote, whatever. You know, it's driven by profit. You know, got to make money doing this shit. You know. Fucking air conditioning. Goddamn rattles. Fucking loud, man. It's getting loud in here. I might have to turn that off because that thing does get loud. Dude, I'm gonna tell you, I sit there. What gets me is all these damn pharmaceutical commercials that gets me. It's like, God dang, man. Um, but I mean, you talk about, life insurance or, any kind of insurance, man, because let me tell you, it's like that's one of the only so-called services. Because I mean, honestly, I haven't seen really any good things coming out of, you know, insurance companies when they got to pay out. That's when they try and fight you tooth and nail to not pay you out. You know, and then it becomes like mandatory, you know, at the point of a government gun to get insurance. And what do you get out of that? If you, like, for instance, vehicle insurance. I give an example. For instance, vehicle insurance. If you went your entire life paying vehicle insurance and never had an accident of any kind where you needed that insurance, all right, and then you get to a point in your life where you're not able to drive anymore, so you stop driving, but all that money that you put away or you supposedly stacked aside for insurance is just gone. It's not like you get that money, even though you never used it. It's just gone. And it's like, for instance, if I had racked up all this, credit or whatever with this one insurance company, and I decide I want to move to a different insurance company, all that monies that I acquired at that other one is just gone, and I got to start from scratch at the new one. I mean, it's honestly a scam, in my opinion, man. They make the profit basically at the point of a government gun because some of it becomes mandatory. So you're forced into getting this so-called service. And if you've never had to use this service, but you've paid into it all your life, you still don't get that money back. I mean, you would have been better off if you had just put a bunch of money in a fucking mason jar and buried it in your backyard every fucking year. And then, you think about it, if you use that that's the money you're going to use to basically, bail yourself out if you got in an accident or something like that. Well, if you've never gotten in an accident, never had to dip into that fucking money that you set aside and you buried in your fucking backyard, you think about it, after 50 years, and then you get to a point where you don't drive anymore, and you got no use for driving, or you can't drive or whatever, and you start digging all that money out of the backyard, you know how much money you got saved up right there? Insurance. I mean, let's say you were doing that for insurance on your vehicle. Let's say you were doing that for your insurance for life insurance, insurance for like, um, um, like house insurance, or, whatever, like fire, flood, and hurricane, whatever. Because I mean, I think the only problem is being mandatory. Now, I think insurance can be a good idea, but I honestly think, like, for instance, I mean, there could be an argument of that you'd be better off if you just put that money aside, like, on your own, versus putting it into an insurance company where, like, for instance, if you never had to use that service and you've been paying into it, all that money that you would have paid into the insurance company, you just set aside in like a safe deposit box or something, or whatever. And, you get to a point where you don't ever need this service anymore, or you need this insurance, to fall back on if something did go wrong. you got a nice chunk of change for something else. But that's another thing too, man. I mean, they talk about this damn digital currency shit. There is some aspects of the central banking digital currency shit that has an expiration date on it. Like, for instance, like, let's say you got some money for some reason. You got some money that's in your account for some reason. All right, and that money that you have, if you don't spend it on what you're allowed to spend it on within a certain amount of days, it just goes away. Like, it's gone. So what they're doing is they're forcing you to spend this money in a time period, in a specific time period, and two, they're not letting you save. They're not letting you save your own money. I don't know. I don't know if anybody's really thinking about this shit, because I mean, honestly, I see it as a runaway train, and it's really, it'd be like an act of it would like be like an act of God or whatever, kind of like a major scenario like that, to like, to get it off of the tracks that it's on right now, into this digital AI scenario, and moving everything into that realm, even, when it comes down to the digital currency, the digital, like, medical shit, um, 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 entertainment, economics, news, all that shit digitized. I know I'm just rambling sometimes. Sorry about that, you guys. Fucking commercials just last forever on this fucking station, man. It's like they do like 2 minutes, 2 or 3 minutes of actually, having the conversation of whatever they're talking about, and then the rest of it is just like commercial after commercial after commercial. It could be an hour show, but 45 minutes of that fucking hour is commercials. It's fucked up, man. What do you guys think, man? I know you guys got opinions, thoughts, concerns, solutions. I don't know. It's a rumor. Now, I don't know if it's actually a real thing or not, but there's a rumor that DeSantis is talking about actually eliminating property taxes. Now, me loving Florida, and that's where my roots are, is here in Florida, and I'm a Floridian, and I'm like, and I think nationwide, I think that should be a thing. But if that if that is real, and he can actually get that done, that would be so fucking awesome. And also, it would be constitutional, because technically property taxes is unconstitutional. Even in the Florida Constitution, but for some reason they've gotten away with it for so long, and they consider that a revenue source, and that's the reason why they're going to have a whole lot of pushback on to not eliminate it, because they consider it a revenue source. And for services that really actually has been like shit services, with the money that's being stolen from us in the form of property tax, because that what that does is with taxes like that, same thing with like your automobile. um when you when you register it, in a sense, like your title, or your and you get, or a license, or any of that stuff, that is you're technically getting in contract with the government, in a sense, and they hold the cards, really, because they got the enforcement to force this and that. It's really hard in court, which I haven't had that much experience dealing with it on my own. I've had help, but um and I don't really want to go through court. I don't even want to even cross across the threshold of that fucking courthouse. I don't want to step into their jurisdiction altogether. Um, but the thing is like, the way the government has um, conducted itself is unchecked and unaccountable for their actions for so many years. They veered away from the Constitution and what truly what this nation is supposed to be. Um, if you want to believe in the Constitution and all that shit too, I mean, just just abiding by the fucking Constitution, period, and everything down to the law enforcement actually obeyed that, and were punished if they didn't. Because honestly, I think every government official, from law enforcement to the person answering phone calls to everything, all the way up to the president, should be held at a higher standard than the rest of us out here. So, like, for instance, anything anything that would be considered a crime for us, if a government official, no matter what it is, judges, lawyers, fucking bureaucrats, politicians, cops, doesn't matter. um if they did the exact same offense, their punishment should be 10 times more severe than the average person, for the average, man or woman out there, because they should be held at a higher standard. And they're charged with, um, upholding, upholding and protecting, the Constitution, even the state constitution and stuff like that, all right. And but yet they've gotten away with just conducting business the way they see fit, versus being held at that standard of the Constitution and being punished accordingly. They've gotten away with it for a long time. You know what I mean? They've um, gotten comfortable with that good old boy system kind of thing. You know what I mean? And that goes all the way up from, local, all the way up to the federal bullshit. You know what I'm saying? It's almost like that good old boy system all the way up. I mean, that's what the GOP, that's what that stands for. Good old party. Good old party. Good old boy system. You know what I mean? It's GOP. I mean, it goes all the way up to federal. I mean, I'm not saying they're the only ones. It works in all kinds of different things. You think about it. The bottom line is to make money, right? And that's That's what most people are chasing, that living, and their bottom line is that it's all about money, right? So we got to do what we got to do to make money. And if a few people get hurt in the process, there's some people have their moral compasses to the point where they don't. It wouldn't be a big deal if some people got hurt in the process of them making a few million or something dollars on the side. You know, I mean, they came out pretty good out of it. They didn't get hurt. Other people may have gotten hurt, but a couple $1 million in somebody's lap, some people can turn a blind eye to that kind of shit. They're like, hey, I just got paid. I didn't really do it. I didn't actually put those people in suffering. I didn't really do it. Me personally, physically, I just got paid to do it. You know what I mean? I didn't, or I got paid because it happened or whatever. You know what I mean? You know, it's that plausible deniability type of shit too. It's like, it's like I didn't do it personally, blah, blah, blah. You know what I mean? And you get that plausible deniability and compartmentalization, when it comes down to a lot of aspects of how, just general this fucking bullshit out there. I mean, it's like, what was it? Um, God, I can't remember what agency it was. It's one of the letter agencies in the government. There's a manual. There's a manual. It's called The Art of Simple Sabotage. It's a manual, The Art of Simple Sabotage. And you talk about like psychological warfare and all this other shit that and none of that is like experimentation without our knowledge or our consent on the average people. The government's done this a few times. I mean, like one of the most famous is Tuskegee. You know what I mean? But what was it? Or was it something else? Or, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I don't know why that. I might be right, but anyway. But anyway, um, people just want to just live their lives and be left alone. That's what I think. Generally, that's what everybody wants. You just want to just to be able to live their life, be left alone, not have to fucking sit there and it's like from birth till death, fucking pay taxes. I hate that saying that's being passed around. It's like there's only two, was it definites in life is death and taxes, and it's like, what the fuck? Yeah, I can understand death is one of them, but I mean, what the fuck? Why does who gave taxes this fucking right to be the like you can't avoid taxes just like you can't avoid death, which is what the fuck. You can't avoid being stolen from, and because some people think that they have a higher claim over your life and your property than you do. You know what I mean? You can't escape that, because that's an objective thing that's just like death itself. I mean, that's just, to me, is ludicrous. I was like, and the ones that are propagating that type of a mentality are the ones that are going to be profiting off of those taxes that you were led to believe that that is a constant that we cannot get away from, and it'll always be there forever. And it's been there forever. It'll always be there. You know what I'm saying? Um, that to me is living in that insanity of their profit and living a comfortable life, while the rest of us are scratching our ass just to put food on the table and pay those taxes to continue to exist on this fucking planet. You know what I'm saying? I mean, come on now. I mean, literally. I mean, I don't think anybody. I mean, honestly, man, in my opinion, if those fucking you know, severe weather condition, fucking changing shit, fucking stuff. The people that believe all this other kind of crap, that it is like this is the things, whatever. If they get their way, we will have a new tax. Not only with the carbon tax, because I mean, you got to understand that we're 90% carbon as far as I know. I mean, or I can't remember. We're a good portion of us is carbon when it comes down to the makeup of us. So it'd be basically taxing us. All right. And somebody is going to be profiting off of that tax. All right. Because they're laying that tax and they're collecting that tax, and you'll be pointed at, you know, at probably a government gun to pay that tax. All right. And then on top of that, they'll claim the air quality is this and that or whatever. Next thing you know, it'll be a tax on there just for you to breathe because of this fucking, you know, it's always something, you know, it's like, it's going to be an ice age. Oh, it's fucking, you know, global warming, global cooling, it's goddamn fucking ozone layer, the fucking, you know, it's a problem reaction solution. You know, they're creating the problem in a lot of ways, and they're trying to like shift the blame so they can come out looking like they're the heroes in the scenario. Like, for instance, if they created the problem, like, for instance, if there is some kind of a thing when it comes down to like all the crap in the air and all that shit is because of certain people, they've created that problem and they realize this is a problem and they've created this. So they don't want to come out this like they're the ones that created that problem. So they want to shift the blame somehow so they can come out looking like the good guys and say, hey, we hear your plea, you know, your reaction from what's going on, the information that's being told to you, that all this shit's in the fucking air is because of all this and that, whatever. All right. Well, we've heard your response, you know, and we've got a solution for it. This is what we'll do. We'll do this in A, B, C, or D, or whatever, you know. But in reality, they're the ones that created the problem in the first place. See, the thing is like me personally, you know, a lot of people that sit there talking about, like, especially government insurance, in my opinion, the way I look at things. A lot of people think that, you know, oh, we can just vote this and that, whatever, we can fix things. Quite honestly, man, I think, in my opinion, I think trying to fix the problem is the problem. I think what you got to do is actually eliminate what created the problem in the first place. Then you won't have to worry about fixing the shit. You eliminate what created the problem in the first place. The problem will eventually just go away because it's no longer being instituted or created by this whatever created it. All right, and you know, it's like nip it in the bud, just like rip it out from the roots, fucking completely out. And if it doesn't die on its own, fucking poison the motherfucker, burn it. Because that's what you would do with the garden, right? You'd rip that fucking infected fucking shit or all those styles or whatever. You'd rip all that shit out of the garden that would ruin the rest of it. I mean, because why would you want to keep an infected thing that would, you know, infect the rest of your garden and make the rest of your garden shitty? Or you got one rotten fruit and it's right up against a bunch of other good, really nice fucking fruit that might be, you know, coming almost to the point of becoming, you know, ripe. And you got this one rotten fruit sitting up next to it, man. And it's like, you know, in just enough time, that rotten fruit will eventually make its way over to those other fruit if it's never been, you know, separated or, you know, extracted from that area. Because you got to get rid of that rotten shit you know, or it will infect the rest of it. And that's what it is. It's like, you know, all right, that rotten is what creates the problem. And you have to yank that fucking shit that's creating the problem out, because then you won't have to worry about, now you have a problem, all right, and then you got, you know, the ones that are creating the problem are trying to make themselves look better in a favorable light, so they're going to come in trying looking like the heroes, and they've already got like a contingency plan already set up when it comes down to these things to make themselves look like they're the heroes. Because that's how they're gonna, like, even the digital currency. That's how, like I said, you know, they're gonna try something. Because I mean, I had a feeling not too long after the tower over the two tower over in that fell down that one time, and that the next time this was to happen, um, it's going to be a lot bigger than that, and it's going to last a lot longer. And that's where it's going to, like, they're going to try and push the digital currency in play, and they'll claim in the safety and security of the people and shit. We need to know that, because I mean, you know, they're talking about like all these illegals and shit. Next thing you know, they're going to try and make it mandatory that everybody has this shit, so everybody can be accounted for in a sense. You know, it's like a digital census. You know what I mean? It's like, you know, I mean, and they want to make that, and it's like, for those people that don't want to be a part of that, will be in a sense, um, in the eyes of the government, in a sense, like a, you know, the opposition, I guess. I don't know how to explain it.
President Trump doesn't trust the big media, nor should you.
I hate commercials, man. Commercials fucking suck ass. It was funny too, man. It kind of irritated the shit out of me, but I thought it was kind of funny in some ways. Is directly after Trump got, you know, elected in, I started hearing all these fucking commercials about this new Trump coin, you know, this new fucking gold Trump coin and shit like that, you know, this new Trump watch and stuff like that. I was sitting there, I was like, all this fucking marketing fucking bullshit, you know. You can get a Trump watch, a Trump coin, a fucking Trump hat, a fucking Trump fucking haircut, you know. Whatever, fucking marketing, man. Oh man, I'm shit. But I don't know.
At 7 minutes too. I think your polls close at 8. I don't think they close at 9, but either way, let's get out there and vote right now.
Get out there and vote, goddamn. God damn it. Fucking, you got to give your written consent. You got to give your written consent for a ruler to rule over you and everybody else. And we got to know how many people are on board. We got to know how many people are on board on this fucking shit. And you know, we want to go toward like socialism, Marxism, and shit like that. So I mean, you know, democracy is close enough right now, so we got to get on there or whatever. You know, it's like, you know, hey, we got to get the popular vote. You know what I'm saying? You know, it's like where the more people voted on this thing, and then everybody wanted it this way, and you know, and there's only like the 51% can tell the 49% to suck it. You know what I'm saying? You know, that we outnumber you, that goddamn fucking, that ain't freedom. That ain't fucking freedom. If I don't have the right to vote away your fucking rights, what gives you the right to do it to me? And what gives any, if nobody has that right, how do we give that to the government? Because the government actually gets its just powers from the people. And if we don't have that right to do it, how can we give it away to the government to do it to us? You know, I mean, there's a lot of things that the government reserves the right to do to the people, but yet we don't have that fucking right as people. I mean, if I don't have that right, how can I give it to the government to, you know, to give that right to the government? You know what I'm saying? How can I give that up to the government to actually have? And you know, I've given it, you know, I've given it up, and then now the government has it, and it can do what it wants to with that right. But if I don't possess that right in the first place, you know, it's like I don't possess the right to go over to my neighbor's house and say, hey, because you live next door to me, there's a tax that I'm supposed to get from you because, you know, I claim some ownership over this land that you're sitting on, or the property that you're sitting on, or even the stuff that you're in, the house you're in, or whatever. I've claimed some kind of claim to some of that, so I'm going to claim. I claim a tax for you to be here, and if I don't have that right to do that, how can I give that right to the government to do? You know, the government's just actually, in a lot of ways, in a lot of aspects of our lives, all our lives, for decades, for generations, actually. I mean, honestly, if you want to really get down to it, it's been getting really bad over the past 200 years. You know, I mean, honestly, um, it's been going downhill, um, because, um, you know, lack of better words, the powers that should not be, are have been in power or been controlling it from, for about that long now, into the direction of where we are right now. You know what I'm saying? Where, you know, I mean, you know, you just get to the where the rubber meets the road. You know, people interacting with cops, or cops having interaction with people. You know, there's been so many cases where cops have lied and made up shit and destroyed people's lives, if not taking their lives, um, over their fucking bullshit mistakes and all that stuff, and they're not held liable because, you know, they're protected under, you know, like they once they get that badge, it's like, goddamn, you got more rights than the rest of us, evidently. You know, the way the things have been manipulated over time. You know what I mean? Um, it's pretty messed up. You know, the amount of people that in their lives are no longer with us anymore because of, and they were totally innocent of anything, didn't do anything wrong. They just happened to come across the wrong cop at the wrong time, and, you know, their lives were ended. And but you won't see a fucking a huge procession of people, you know, to the funeral, blocking off the road and all that other shit with flashing lights and all that shit. You won't see that for that person, but you'll see it for a fucking cop, though, and they'll use our tax dollars to do those things. You know, portray this person where he was probably the most, you know, a pretty damn crooked cop in reality, but portrayed as this fucking hero, and paraded down a goddamn strip with every fucking cop on the clock, fucking going out to this damn funeral. Our tax dollars at work there, buddy, catching crime. I'm sure there's no kids being kidnapped. There's no theft or burglary or damage to property out there happening at that time. No, of course not. They got enough time to go to a fucking funeral. Just to another coworker, probably some of those people probably didn't even know them. They just happen to be working at that precinct or whatever. But they're always portrayed as heroes and shit like that. And quite honestly, man, out of all the public services, I think the fire department and the EMS and shit like that are the ultimate heroes. They actually save lives. You know what I'm saying? They actually, put their lives in danger and save lives. And, cops don't do that. Cops have a nationwide, and I'm saying this in a general sense because this is. I mean, actually, it's worldwide, but I'm just going because I live in America, so I mean, it's fucking nationwide. Cops, in my, they're like the welfare recipient sovereign citizens with communist mentality, fucking, claiming that they're, public servants. You know what I mean? It drives me nuts that they take an oath like it just like didn't mean anything to them. They did it because they had to get the job. So there was like, yeah, oh, yeah, whatever. That's probably how they looked at that fucking oath. You know what I mean? But they have no idea what they're swearing to. They're swearing that oath too. They have no idea the stuff that a lot of ancestors, have died for. That that freedom and shit that was supposed to be passed on to the future generations, which is us. You know what I'm saying? But there was other people from other countries that came here with their own agenda to make money and gain control. All right, and that's how they the best way to get involved is in the in-house. You know what I mean? Gain control and gain control of the money in-house. That's how you become rich as fuck. You know. Dogs are going crazy over something out there making them fucking bark.
A Cornell student involved in Gaza protests says he's self-deporting.
Mamadou Tall had been trying to fight his case in court, but in a social media post says, I have lost faith I could walk the streets without being abducted. The Trump administration says it revoked Tall's student visa because of his alleged involvement in what it calls disruptive protests. He's dropping his federal lawsuit, which had cited his right to free speech. The 31-year-old citizen of the UK and Gambia was suspended by Cornell last year after a group of pro-Palestinian activists disrupted a campus career fair. Julie Walker, New York.
Rescue workers have saved a 63-year-old woman from earthquake rubble in Myanmar's capital, but hope is fading of finding many more survivors. The earthquake that rocked the country Friday is compounding the humanitarian crisis there. More at townhall.com.
A little under the weather? No need to wait. Medical Group has your back. As a locally Air Force veteran-owned practice, we understand the need for quick, reliable care. We offer same-day appointments and accept walk-ins, so there's no waiting around with that sniffle. Repeater PL in code 100 Hertz. City Beach Parkway. Health Point Medical Group. Keeping the Emerald Coast healthy, one patient at a time. No matter.
I fucking hate commercials, man. Fucking hate them. Yeah, it's something walking around out there. I don't know. It's one of them things like, you know, you talk about like um we're on that, you know, runaway train, and there's just no stopping it because it's just so far down the hill, or you know, or so far past that no turn scenario, unless there was some kind of like, you know something like almost biblical was supposed would actually happen. You know what I mean? The only thing is like, you know, you got was it um was it Project Bluebeam or some shit like that, where there's a possibility that to implement that one world religion in that one world government scenario, um, they'll have to unify everybody in that religion in a sense to that one world government or one world religion. Um, and then, you know, like you imagine all around the world in different locations, different deities in that, you know, of that area. Like, you know, you got, you know, Jesus in one area, you got Muhammad in another, you know, you got, you know, all the different ones like for the Indian and Egyptian, you know, African, you know, all they start appearing like images of these deities in the clouds, speaking to them. And for the ones that think they are seeing something legitimately real, um, like the believers, you know, and just be, you know, whatever it told them, that'll be it. You know what I mean? That'd be like, oh my God, you know, it's like, you know, he told me right there, he was in the sky. you know, and you know, this is just a part of me. There's a part of me that is like, if Revelation, for instance, is a prophecy, and you know, or a playbook or whatever, if it is, it's like, you know, let's get it on, because I mean, if that it's all real and all that shit, I know we'll come out better on the other end of it. So if there's a part of me that's like, well, let's get it on and over with. You know, it's like the faster we get it on, the faster we can get done and over with and get on with our lives, and without you fuckers fucking us up. And live a little bit more prosperously, you know, and peacefully. You know what I'm saying? Without the boot over our, the boot of tyranny on our fucking necks from birth till death. Because I mean, honestly, man, we can't kill ideas with a bullet, dude. I mean, it just doesn't work. Doesn't work. I mean, it's a way, you know, I don't know. I think the only way to kill an idea is with a better idea. But you know, it's like there are people out there that are willing to use a bullet to force their ideas. And it's like, you know, this government's willing to go scorched earth. What exactly are we willing to go to? And I say we because I speak for myself also. I mean, you know, it just depends. I mean, and I'm not suicidal, so if I ever, you know, for some reason, you know, got, you know, 3 or 4 bullets in the back of the head, I did not commit suicide, okay? I'm not suicidal. You guys are quiet. What the fuck, man? You know, says there's a couple of you guys in there, 3 or 4 of you guys in there. You know. You're all damn quiet. I'm just sitting there, probably just talking your ear off, you know, sitting there just listening to me talk shit. Because honestly, man, you know, quote unquote, you know, this is all for entertainment purposes and educational purposes only. Quite honestly, man, if you want any more information of what I am talking about, I suggest do your own fucking research. But, you know, what is it out there that you guys are barking at? Huh? What are you barking at? What are you doing barking at out there? What is it? I do not see what they're barking at. Get something walking around out there. I like was it that cartoon? I think it was called Up or something like that, where the old guy that had the house floating on there with the balloons and shit. Anyway, he had that dog. He had a dog collar. There was like a translator. Translated the dog bark into English and shit. I was like, dude, that'd be fucking awesome, man. Because then I could figure out what the fuck they're out there saying. They're yelling at something out there. Like as if they're saying, "I know you're out there. I can see you, or I can smell you. You better not come close," or whatever. It's probably what they're saying, but I don't know what the fuck they're saying. That'd be kind of cool to know what my damn dog is sitting there. Especially if they just like think of, um, you know, think of something, because most likely when they have thoughts in their head, I'm sure it is in dog language. You know what I'm saying? They understand. That you know. Anyway, going off in another rant. Hell, man. Been going on for a while. I think I'm going to cut it, y'all. I really appreciate everybody coming in and hanging out and all that good stuff. I'll catch you guys on the flip side.